Chapter 1398. The martial saint defeated. Xiao Yu was not the only one. The disciples of the martial saint tower, and even the martial saint who was attacking the golden bowl, were stunned. Xianzhong was the peak master of the Xianming Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Jiaoshan College. He was a half-saint who had mastered the law of Xianming. Yet he had been defeated by a junior. Zhuowen had even declared that he would kill Xianzhong. These words, in the ears of many people, actually sounded so sarcastic and ear-piercing. Zhuowen, I am your martial uncle. If you dare to kill me, you will be disrespecting your master and your ancestors. Xianzhong twisted his body and struggled. However, he could not move at all under the suppression of the 2 giant hands. When he heard Zhuowen declare that he would kill him, he panicked and could not help but scream. You ambushed old man Xiao and teamed up with the martial saint to kill me. Why don't you feel that you are disrespecting your master and your ancestors? Zhuowen sneered and said, Now that you have been defeated by me, don't you find it ridiculous to say such words? Xianzhong was stunned. He quickly turned his head to look at Xiao Yu and said, Junior brother Xiao Yu, are you going to allow your disciple to do as he pleases? I am his martial uncle. It is intolerable for him to kill me. As a senior brother, you ambushed me from behind. As a martial uncle, you teamed up with the martial saint to kill Zhuowen. It is not intolerable for Zhuowen, it is you. Xiao Yu slowly stood up. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? Are you saying? Xianzhong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Xiao Yu's words gave him an ominous feeling. Zhuowen, just do it. I will bear all the responsibility for you, Xiao Yu said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded. He leapt up and landed on the 2 giant hands. He arrived before Xianzhong at lightning speed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Martial uncle Xianzhong, we have no enmity between us. You are my martial uncle. I should respect you. However, when the Blue Dragon Hall came to ask for me, you helped the tyrant to capture me, and even tried to kill me. Actually, it's been a long time. I've already forgotten about it. But you shouldn't have done that. Your disciple Xianqi attacked my friend, and you've been targeting me. Now you want to kill me because of a grudge. I'm not a saint. I can't let a scourge like you live. With that, Zhuowen swung his right hand. The tiger head clear golden spear pierced through the void and slashed across Xianzhong's neck. Puchi! A line of blood shot out. Immediately, a head soared into the sky along with the line of blood. It turned into a parabola as it fell from the sky. It rolled a few times on the ground, before finally coming to a stop. At that moment, the atmosphere around the Martial Saint Tower became much quieter. Everyone watched the scene quietly, unable to say anything. Xianzhong was a sage-to-be, who had grasped the mysterious underworld law. No matter what, he was still a martial sage. Even if his battle prowess was not as great as a martial sage's, the difference was not too great. But now, he was actually killed by a young man of the same generation as them. The impact on them was too great. Whoosh! A shadow shot out from Xianzhong's corpse and fled into the distance. Zhuowen, remember this. I'll definitely report this to Martial Uncle Yanji and the others. I'll say that you betrayed your master and killed your own martial uncle. A vicious voice came from the shadow. However, the speed at which it fled was not slow at all. Instead, it was even faster. Escape? Do you think it's that easy? Heavenly Dragon Lock Seal. Lock the heavens and lock the earth. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He flipped his right hand, and the Heavenly Dragon Lock Seal shot out. Terrifying black chains extended out like countless black pythons and shot out. The chains were extremely fast. In an instant, they caught up with Xianzhong's nascent soul and bound it layer by layer, preventing it from escaping. Zhuowen retracted his right hand, and the black chains disappeared into Zhuowen's pouch. At the same time, Xianzhong's nascent soul was also in his hand. Xianzhong's face was filled with fear. He struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, how could he break free from Zhuowen's restraint in his nascent soul form? You'd better stay in the spiritual ring first, Zhuowen said indifferently. He then stuffed Xianzhong's nascent soul into the spiritual ring. His gaze then fell on the martial sage, who was still attacking the bowl-shaped golden alms bowl not far away. At that moment, Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. The battle with Xianzhong had consumed a lot of his energy. Therefore, he immediately took out the Snow Lotus Jade pill from the spiritual ring and consumed it. The surging medicinal power spread throughout his body. Zhuowen's injuries were alleviated by the medicinal power. Perhaps because he felt Zhuowen's gaze, the martial sage stopped his actions and stared at Zhuowen with fear. Zhuowen, I won't interfere in your matters. I'll let you leave the martial sage tower. However, you can't interfere in the young monk's matters. How about that? The martial sage spoke. There was a hint of submission in his words. The fact that Zhuowen could kill Xianzhong showed how terrifying the martial sage was. Although the martial sage had comprehended the law of martial and grasped a higher level of power than Xianzhong, he did not dare to say that he could kill Xianzhong. However, Zhuowen had done it. Therefore, the martial sage was extremely fearful. I'm sorry. I'm going to interfere. Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. The purple lightning wings on his back spread out, and he flew towards the martial sage, as if he was teleporting. The martial sage's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and a mountain-like giant hand whistled through the air. Wherever it passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Swoosh! Zhuowen entered the void and dodged the martial sage's attack. When he reappeared, he had already landed in the bowl-shaped golden alms bowl. You know each other? Looking at the scene, the martial sage frowned and asked in surprise. Zhuowen and Efo exchanged glances with one another and burst out laughing. They said at the same time, not only do we know each other, Zhuowen is Efo, and Efo is Zhuowen. They are one. Saying this, Efo took a step forward and emitted a bright glow, which merged with Zhuowen's actual body. At that instant, the two of them had merged into one. A clone. The martial sage's eyes widened as he mumbled to himself. Bang! As soon as Efo merged with Zhuowen's body, a terrifying aura burst into the sky, as if it could shatter the space. Countless disciples of the martial saint tower knelt on the ground, with one knee the moment the aura exploded. The aura was like the might of the heavens, suppressing them so much that they couldn't even stand up. How terrifying! Is this his strongest trump card? This was the thought in every disciple's mind. Their hearts trembled, and their legs trembled. Xiaoyu was also stunned. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. Just now, it was already unbelievable that he could kill Xianzhong with the Ice Fire Palace. However, that was not his strongest move. Perhaps, Zhuowen now has the qualifications to compete with Yang Yi. In the 9 Underworld Conference 2 years later, he might be able to shine. Xiaoyu's eyes shone with a strange light. Zhuowen was only a 7th-rank martial emperor, but he was already so terrifying. Xiaoyu knew that if Zhuowen was given more time and comprehended the law of the void in the 9 Underworld Conference, Zhuowen might even surpass Yang Yi. The martial sage's face darkened. At this moment, Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. In fact, he was a little shocked. Martial sage Lung Quan was killed by me, Zhuowen. If you want to take revenge, come at me. Zhuowen walked step by step towards the martial sage. His thunderous voice exploded in the void. His battle intent surged. Fight! Although the martial sage was wary, he was fearless. The law of martial arts circled around the huge martial artist's shadow. He clenched his right hand, and a huge halberd appeared. After fusing with the power of the Buddhist scriptures, the shadow of an ancient Buddha that was thousands of feet tall appeared behind Zhuowen. The two collided in the void, and then an extremely terrifying explosion burst out, like countless firecrackers exploding. The illusory figure of the martial artist and the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha, the two giants, intertwined in the void. They fought in close combat, their fists landing on flesh. Every attack was able to leave cracks in the space above the void. Many people felt their scalps go numb as they watched. Amitba 10,000 Buddha's greeting sect. Zhuowen shouted. The ancient Buddha shadow appeared in the void. Then it split into many Buddha shadows. It was as if 10,000 Buddhas were worshipping it. Rumble. The 10,000 Buddhas slammed into the martial artist's shadow. The latter's huge body was pushed back. Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. Zhuowen didn't slow down. He used the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal again. The huge Supreme Slaughter Saint Dragon shadow followed closely behind the 10,000 Buddhas. Its huge dragon body was like a boundless whip. Bang! The martial artist shadow was pushed back again. Merciless slaughter! The phantom of the divine slaughter dragon roared and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The terrifying power it generated spread out. The warrior's illusory figure was still retreating. Even the face of the martial sage within the warrior's illusory figure became somewhat pale. Icefire Palace. Zhuowen stretched out his hands. The dark cold poison and 9 flames karmic fire slowly combined under his will, forming a huge icefire palace. The icefire palace pressed down like a mountain. It had an unbearable pressure. Rumble! The martial artist's illusory figure knelt on the ground with one knee. The entire ground shook violently and rumbled. The ice and fire palace crushed the martial artist's illusory figure, causing it to bend over and unable to stand up. Looking at this scene, many people's eyes were numb. In the battle between Zhuowen and the martial sage, it was the martial sage who was suppressed. Thump thump thump. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out as Zhuowen descended from the void. The ancient Buddha's shadow quietly floated behind him. Its eyes narrowed. Zhuowen walked step by step towards the dim martial artist's shadow. The martial sage in the middle of the martial artist's shadow had a ghastly wound at the corner of his mouth. He kept coughing. In the battle just now, he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Martial sage, you brought this upon yourself. Zhuowen came before the martial artist's shadow. After saying this, he pressed down with his right hand. The huge ancient Buddha shadow behind him stretched out a Buddha palm and slammed down on the martial artist's shadow. The martial sage roared. The martial artist's shadow shattered like glass. The martial sage fell to the ground in a sorry state. He struggled but couldn't get up. Hiss hiss hiss. Chapter 1399. Ice Soul Saint Physique. Zhuowen isn't bad. His cultivation isn't high, but his battle prowess isn't bad. Above the clouds of the martial saint tower, 3 majestic figures floated silently. The 3 of them were white-haired old men in long robes. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize them as the 3 saints of the inner yard, Yanji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai. Senior brother Yanji, the Ice and Fire Palace Zhuowen, used just now is similar to the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, and his method seems to be. Jiangxian suddenly looked at Yanji and said hesitantly. Yanji's expression was very calm as he said indifferently, Junior brother Jiang, I know what you want to say. Zhuowen's method of merging ice and fire energy is indeed a characteristic of the Ice-Fire Saint rune. Could it be? Jiangxian's pupils shrank slightly as he exclaimed. After Zhuowen left the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, I went inside again. The Ice-Fire Saint rune on the 18th floor no longer exists, Yanji said calmly. In other words, Zhuowen obtained the Ice-Fire Saint rune? Wenbai said with narrowed eyes. Yanji nodded and said, I'm afraid so. Zhuowen used some unknown method to subdue the Ice-Fire Saint rune. It's truly unbelievable. Senior brother Yanji, what should we do? The Ice-Fire Saint rune is the origin of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. If Zhuowen took it away, the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace will not be able to fulfill the purpose of the trial in the future, Jiangxian said with some displeasure. It's fine. Yanji waved his hand and continued. This little guy left half of the Ice-Fire Saint rune's origin in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace. It's enough to keep the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace running. Also, don't forget what the progenitor said. The Ice-Fire Saint rune can only be obtained by the Fated One. We all tried to subdue the Ice-Fire Saint rune, but none of us succeeded. Unfortunately, Zhuowen succeeded. So the Fated One the progenitor spoke of should be Zhuowen. Why should we take back the Ice-Fire Saint rune? Jiangxian and Wenbai exchanged glances, then looked at Yanji and asked, Senior brother, what do you mean? Go back and support Ao Yuan Peak. And I also need to talk to this little guy. Senior brother, Zhuowen also killed Qianzhong. Should we deal with him according to the sex rules? Wenbai suddenly asked. Yanji smiled faintly and said, because Qianzhong was dissatisfied with a junior, he made a move to kill Zhuowen. This is treason and deserves to be killed. Jiangxian and Wenbai's hearts trembled when they heard this. The two of them knew that Yanji intended to cover up the matter of Zhuowen killing Xianzhong. However, the two of them understood after giving it some thought. Xianzhong was already dead, but Zhuowen was still alive. Moreover, he was a peerless genius with unlimited potential. It was impossible for them to force away a monster like Zhuowen because of a dead person. On the contrary, they would treat Zhuowen well and let Zhuowen feel a sense of belonging to the Divine Academy. Let's go back first. When Zhuowen returns to the inner courtyard, I will personally talk to him, Yanji said faintly. Jiang Xian and Wenbai nodded. Then, the three of them disappeared into the clouds like smoke. On the wasteland, the martial saint clenched his fists and stared at Zhuowen, who was walking over step by step. His eyes were filled with fear. He was the strongest person in the martial saint tower, the martial saint. At this moment, he had lost to a junior. He could not accept this. Martial saint, you protected your disciple, Lung Quan, and then went back on your words. In the end, you even colluded with Xianzhong to kill me. Today you have lost. What else do you have to say? Arriving in front of the martial saint, Zhuowen looked down at the man who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. I have nothing to say. However, isn't it too early for you to kill me? Although I have lost, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. The martial saint suddenly laughed out loud. He punched the ground with his right fist, and the law of martial poured out. Instantly, the ground where Zhuowen and the martial saint were standing cracked. A terrifying pressure surged from below, wanting to strangle Zhuowen to death. You really don't want to give up. Zhuowen shook his head. His right eye suddenly opened and closed. At this moment, his right eye was filled with ice-blue cold air. It surged and contained the powerful law of ice. Ice seal, Zhuowen said softly, and the cracked ground under his feet completely froze. The surging pressure also came to a sudden stop. Law of ice. You actually have a law of martial saint in your body. How is this possible? The martial saint shrieked. His face was filled with disbelief. However, his shriek did not last for long. A spear pierced through the air and instantly arrived. Block! The martial saint furiously roared. He raised his hands and the law of martial saint turned into a wall, blocking in front of him. Kacha! However, the wall formed by the law of martial saint was like paper. It instantly shattered, and the spear pierced through the martial saint's chest like a hot knife through butter. Pucci! The martial saint spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze landed on the spear on his body. Only then did he discover that on the surface of the spear, the law of ice and the law of fire were unceasingly interweaving. It is indeed two law of martial saint. No wonder it could easily pierce through the wall formed by my law of martial saint. After saying that, the martial saint knelt on the ground. His eyes gradually closed and his aura gradually faded away. The law of ice and the law of fire were originally very ordinary law of martial saint. However, when the two laws were combined, their might could completely surpass that of higher level laws. Zhuowen held the spear with his right hand and suddenly pulled it out. He brought out a strand of blood. Then, he extended his right hand into the martial saint's dantian. With a frown, he discovered that the martial saint's nascent soul had been completely destroyed. It seemed that the power of the law of ice and the law of fire was too berserk. It had directly destroyed all of the martial saint's vitality. Even his nascent soul had not survived. Whoosh! Xiao Yu's figure flashed and arrived beside Zhuowen. He stared at the martial saint weakly on the ground with a complicated gaze. He lightly sighed and said, I'm afraid that the martial saint tower will truly decline from now on. However, this is their own fault. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently. After saying that, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Lu Hantian and said, Big brother Hantian, do you know why the martial saint wanted to capture you? Zhuowen had heard the conversation between the martial saint and Xianzhong very clearly. It seemed that Lu Hantian had a special physique that could help the martial saint break through the shackles and become a saint. Lu Hantian revealed a blank expression. He bitterly smiled and said, Actually, I'm also a little confused. Originally, I planned to wholeheartedly cultivate after joining the martial saint tower. More than 10 days ago, Lung Quan came to find me and brought me to a room. Then, I was mysteriously labeled with the crime of molesting the martial saint tower's young miss. From then on, I was wanted by the Martial Saint Tower. Oh, that's right. After I was captured, I was brought to the Martial Saint's residence. I vaguely heard the Martial Saint mention something about the Sacred Frost Physique. However, I don't know what the Sacred Frost Physique is. When these words came out, Xiao Yu's pupil shrank. He could not help but say excitedly, Sacred Frost Physique? It seems that your friend is very likely to have the Sacred Frost Physique. Otherwise, the Martial Saint would not be so anxious to capture him. After saying that, Xiao Yu arrived in front of Lu Hantian and grabbed Lu Hantian's right hand. However, his brows were slightly furrowed. Old man Xiao, what's wrong? Is there a problem with big brother Hantian? Zhuowen asked with slight worry. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered and said, your friend indeed has the Sacred Frost Physique. However, the Frost Soul origin in his body has been sealed. I'm afraid it was done by the Martial Saint. Moreover, only a saint can undo the seal. If you want to help your friend undo the seal, you can only ask Martial Uncle Yanji and the others. Wait, can you tell me in detail what the Sacred Frost Physique is? Lu Hantian suddenly asked. The so-called Sacred Frost Physique is a special physique that has the Frost Soul origin in his body. Martial artists with the Sacred Frost Physique have great potential. It is much easier for them to break through to the Saint realm compared to ordinary martial artists. There are almost no shackles. Moreover, because of the Frost Soul origin in his body, he does not need to comprehend the laws. He can naturally control the Frost Soul origin when he is at the high-level martial emperor realm, Xiao Yu said seriously. So I am so awesome. Why didn't I realize it before? Lu Hantian touched his chin and revealed a narcissistic smile. I didn't expect big brother Hantian to have the Sacred Frost Physique. Congratulations. By the way, where are Luo Xing, Qing Lian and Lve Tao? Zhuowen cupped his hands. He was happy for Lu Hantian. The three of them accompanied me for a while before leaving the 9th Netherworld realm. They plan to return to your Black Dragon Empire. The three of them know that they are not talented enough. The Emperor realm is their limit, so. At this point, Lu Hantian sighed softly. His tone was full of sorrow. The path of martial arts has always been like this. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. Moreover, it is very important to have talent and opportunity. If you do not have both, you will be eliminated in the end. Even if you have too many resources, if your talent is not high, you will not be able to raise your cultivation too high no matter how many resources you have. Perhaps the Black Dragon Empire is more suitable for the three of them. Zhuowen sighed softly. For a moment, the two of them fell into silence. There is nothing to do here. Let's go back to the academy first. Xiao Yu suddenly said to Zhuowen. Yes, let's go. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, the three of them left the Martial Saint Tower. It's over. The Martial Saint Tower is done for. Big senior brother is dead. Even the Martial Saint is dead. What should we do? I have heard of Zhuowen. It is said that he is the direct disciple of Ao Yuan Peak. I did not expect his strength to be so terrifying. We must not provoke such a fiend in the future. After the three of them left, many disciples of the Martial Saint Tower were at a loss of what to do. They were in an uproar and did not know what to do. From today onwards, Zhuowen's name would spread throughout the entire divine Netherworld realm. With the death of the Martial Saint and Lung Quan, the Martial Saint Tower was destined to decline and even disband. The one who caused all of this was a 7th-level Emperor realm youth. This might seem unbelievable to many people, but it had indeed happened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In front of the mountain gate of Jiaxin College, 3 figures came one after another. It was Zhuowen and the other 2 who were returning. Chapter 1400. Talk in detail. After returning to the inner court, Zhuowen found that everywhere he went, the gazes of many disciples looking at him became extremely strange. There were even quite a few people who pointed at him and whispered. Seeing the actions of the surrounding disciples, Zhuowen frowned. He was filled with doubts, but he could not say what he was thinking. After arriving at the bottom of the 9 peaks, a beautiful figure quietly stood there, like a snow lotus that stood alone in the world. This beautiful figure slowly turned around, and her beautiful eyes fell onto Zhuowen, revealing a sweet smile. Zhuowen also grinned and quickly walked over, tightly hugging this beautiful figure. After the two of them separated, Mu Chenxue bowed to Lu Hantian and said, Chen Shui greets Senior Han Tian. Thank you Senior Han Tian for taking care of Zhuowen in the past. Lu Hantian waved his hand and said, Zhuowen is my brother. In the past he was weak, so I should take care of him. Now that this brat is much stronger than me, he should take care of me. After saying this, Lu Hantian smiled as he stared at Zhuowen and Mu Chenxue, and said, However, what I want to know more is, when will the two of you get married? I'm still waiting for your wedding banquet. When these words came out, Mu Chenxue lowered her head, and her cheeks flushed red. Zhuowen rubbed his nose, and revealed an awkward look. You two don't need to waste time. Hurry up and get married. It's best if you give birth to a white and chubby baby. When the time comes, how about you acknowledge me as your godfather? Lu Hantian said in a carefree manner. Big brother Hantian, let's talk about this in the future. I will definitely do this. After saying this, Zhuowen's right hand tightly held Mu Chenxue's jade-like hand, his eyes filled with love. Perhaps because she saw the doting look in Zhuowen's eyes, Mu Chenxue's cheeks became even redder. She said in a low voice, I believe you. However, what Zhuowen did not notice was that the moment Mu Chenxue lowered her head, a trace of sadness and sadness appeared in her eyes. Of course, this trace of emotion only appeared for a moment. Chenxue, how did you know that I would come back today? Zhuowen asked in a rather doubtful voice. Mu Chenxue smiled and said, It was Grand Marshal Uncle Yanji who said that you would return today. That's why I waited for you at the bottom of the 9 peaks in advance. Grand Marshal Uncle Yanji? Zhuowen was startled and asked in surprise. Perhaps Zhuowen doesn't know that Grand Marshal Uncle Yanji has already announced the death of Grand Marshal Uncle Xian Zhong to the entire 9 peaks of the inner court. Now, everyone in the inner court knows that Grand Marshal Uncle Xian Zhong has fallen. Mu Chenxue suddenly said in a soft voice. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Since Yanji knew that Xian Zhong was dead, he was probably near the Marshal Saint Tower, and had seen the scene of his battle with Xian Zhong. Zhuowen frowned. Xian Zhong was one of the 9 peak masters after all. He was an upper echelon of the inner court, and an extremely important figure. He did not know what Yanji thought of him killing Xian Zhong. Thinking of this, Zhuowen felt slightly uneasy. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's expression, Mu Chenxue said with a faint smile, Grand Marshal Uncle Yanji has no intention of blaming you. This time, he has already made the matter public, and explained everything clearly. It was Xian Zhong who launched a sneak attack on you, and wanted to kill you first. You killed Grand Marshal Uncle Xian Zhong in self-defense. Grand Marshal Uncle Yanji has no intention of blaming you. Zhuowen revealed a surprised expression when he heard this. He did not expect that not only would Yanji make this matter public, he would even speak in a rare manner of protecting him. At the same time, Zhuowen also recalled the scene of the other disciples pointing at him after he entered the academy. Those disciples were probably pointing at him because Yanji had made the matter public. After all, as a member of the younger generation, killing a powerful half-saint like Xian Zhong was an extremely shocking matter. Coupled with the fact that Xian Zhong was Zhuowen's Grand Marshal uncle, Zhuowen naturally became the center of attention. Zhuowen, Grand Marshal Uncle Yanji has instructed me to ask you to find him. Mu Chenxue suddenly said to Zhuowen. Where is Grand Marshal Uncle Yanji? Zhuowen asked. In the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall. Mu Chenxue answered. Zhuowen's pupil shrank. Yanji had chosen the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall as the meeting place. Alright, I will go and meet him. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, the group walked towards the top of Aoyuan Peak. After arriving at the peak, Zhuowen led Lu Hantian along the chain at the edge of the cliff and flew towards the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall in the middle of the void. At this moment, the door of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall was open. Zhuowen did not take too long to enter the hall. Zhuowen, come to the 18th level. A majestic voice exploded beside Zhuowen's ear like thunder the moment he entered the Ice-Fire Dual Extreme Hall. Zhuowen's eyes immediately darkened. He knew that Yanji should know that he had already taken the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune from the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall. Zhuowen's first thought was to escape. However, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Yan Ji was the second terrifying expert in the 9 netherworld realm to become a heavenly saint. In the hands of such an existence, Zhuowen would be dreaming if he wanted to escape. I can only brace myself and go up. With a soft sigh, the ice-fire sacred rune appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. Immediately, the surrounding ice and fire energy gathered into an ice and fire dragon. Zhuowen led Lu Hantian onto the ice and fire dragon. The two of them passed through the first 17 levels like a hot knife through butter, and entered the 18th level. On the 18th level, Yan Ji sat cross-legged quietly. When Zhuowen and Lu Hantian arrived, he slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Zhuowen, I have been waiting for you for a few days. Zhuowen scratched his head and pretended to be deaf. I don't know what senior uncle means. Yan Ji was not angry. He said indifferently, you don't have to play dumb. The ice-fire sacred rune should be on you. Don't try to fool me. I have seen your battle in the Martial Saint Tower. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of a sharp glint. He was secretly on guard in his heart. He did not expect Yan Ji to be so direct as soon as he came up, causing Zhuowen to be rather unaccustomed to it. Then what does senior uncle mean? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Yan Ji smiled. Actually, it's nothing. Don't worry. I will not take the ice-fire sacred rune. It is your opportunity and should belong to you. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion when he heard Yan Ji's words. He did not expect Yan Ji to be so easy to talk to. You don't have to doubt me. To be able to obtain the ice-fire sacred rune, you need an opportunity. If the three of us could obtain it, we would have taken it long ago. Yan Ji's eyes fell on Lu Hantian as he spoke. He sized him up and suddenly became serious as he stared at the latter. You, what do you want? I'm not interested in you. Don't stare at me like that. Lu Hantian was a little scared by Yan Ji's stare. He rubbed his arms with his hands, and his hair stood on end as he cursed. Yan Ji did not mind. He laughed and said, Saint Body of Frost? I didn't notice it before. My eyes are really bad. Yan Ji hooked his right hand as he spoke. A terrifying saint energy surrounded Lu Hantian, causing the Lu Hantian to involuntarily fly towards Yan Ji. Damn, I'm a normal man. What do you want? Let go of me. No. Lu Hantian wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. He wanted to get rid of Yan Ji's saint energy, but it was useless. In front of Yan Ji, Lu Hantian was like a newborn baby. No matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of Yan Ji's power. Zhuowen was shocked. Yan Ji's power was too great. Even his legs were trembling on the spot, and he could not move at all. Is this the power of a saint? Isn't it much stronger than a half-saint? Zhuowen's body trembled. He knew very well that with the power that Yan Ji had shown, he could kill him with just a thought. Yan Ji pressed Lu Hantian's shoulder and stared at the latter very carefully. It was as if he was looking at a piece of peerless jade. Lu Hantian trembled. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. He was still an old virgin. How could he be defiled by this old man in front of him? He absolutely could not allow it. Old man, let me tell you. You can only get my body. You can't get my heart. Even if you use force, it's useless. You'd better let me go. Lu Hantian said righteously. Zhuowen, who was standing behind, suddenly held his forehead. He felt that he had lost all his face because of Lu Hantian. Yan Ji did not pay attention to Lu Hantian. He looked at Lu Hantian from head to toe and said indifferently, It really is the Saint Body of Frost. It's just that the frost origin in your body has been sealed a second time. Sealed a second time? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said with some surprise. Xiao Yu had said before that the frost origin in Lu Hantian's body had been sealed once by the martial saint. In theory, it should only have been sealed once. Now Yan Ji said that it had been sealed a second time. It seemed that before becoming a martial saint, Lu Hantian's frost origin had been sealed once. Martial artists with the Saint Body of Frost have very high talent, and their promotion speed is very fast. However, although Lu Hantian's talent is not bad, his promotion speed is not fast. I'm afraid that the frost origin in his body had been sealed a long time ago. In his mind, Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Who had sealed Lu Hantian's frost origin? It's the blood demon. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Lu Hantian's genius name had once shaken the entire Qingxian Empire. Later, because of the blood demon, he had been sealed in the blood demon's inheritance. The frost origin in his body must have been sealed by the blood demon. After all, the blood demon's vision was much sharper than the average person. At that time, if Lu Hantian's frost origin had not been sealed and allowed to cultivate, it would have been disadvantageous to the blood demon. This is a good seedling. Yan Ji's lips curled into a smile. Immediately, a surge of saint energy gushed out from his palm and drilled into Lu Hantian's body. Puchi! Lu Hantian violently spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was faintly pitch black. You pervert, what did you do to me? After escaping from Yan Ji's control, Lu Hantian continuously retreated. He looked at Yan Ji with an extremely unhappy gaze. Take a look. Don't you feel much better? Your affinity with the surrounding Yuan Qi is much higher than before? Yan Ji said lightly. Chapter 1401. SS Phoenix Phantom. This. Lu Hantian's eyes narrowed, especially when he felt his meridians clear and comfortable. His meridians were circulating several times, or even dozens of times faster than usual. His lips curled into an overjoyed smile. Little guy, how about becoming my disciple? I'll help you become a saint in a short time. Yan Ji stared at Lu Hantian with shining eyes. Although Lu Hantian had lived for almost 100 years, Yan Ji was a saint. He must have lived for thousands of years. Calling Lu Hantian a little guy was not too much. Lu Hantian was stunned, but Zhuowen was overjoyed. He said to Lu Hantian, Big brother Hantian, why don't you agree? Yan Ji was the ruler of the divine specter realm. His cultivation had reached the heavenly saint realm. If Lu Hantian could become his disciple, it would undoubtedly be a blessing. Lu Hantian realized it late, but he also knew that Yan Ji was extraordinary. He hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple greets master. Yan Ji nodded. Lu Hantian had the ice soul saint physique. He was destined to become a saint. Yan Ji was naturally happy to be able to accept such a genius. I say, master, why don't you take Zhuowen in as well? His talent and strength are even stronger than mine. With your guidance, he'll definitely become a saint soon, Lu Hantian said with a grin. Yan Ji was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, You're different. Zhuowen's talent is indeed very strong, but I can't teach him. I can't even guarantee that he can become a saint. Why? Lu Hantian asked with wide eyes. Because Zhuowen is a dragon soul cultivator, and his dragon soul is in existence like the abyss saint dragon. As he spoke, Yan Ji suddenly looked at Zhuowen and asked, Zhuowen, was it extremely difficult for you to break through to the emperor realm? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, It is indeed quite difficult. Your dragon soul origin is too strong. Breaking through a major realm requires a lot of energy. It's much more difficult for you to break through to the imperial power realm than for ordinary warriors. Then the pilgrimage realm will only be more difficult than the imperial power realm, and much more difficult. Of course, once you break through, your strength will become extremely terrifying. Ordinary profound sages won't be your opponent at all. At this point, Yan Ji quietly stared at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's talent and strength might be even more terrifying than Lu Hantian's, whether or not he could become a saint was still unknown. After all, becoming a saint was not a child's play. Even those geniuses who had shown great talent in the early stages would pale in comparison to becoming a saint. On top of that, Zhuowen had Xiaohe with him. It would be even more difficult for him to become a martial saint than for ordinary martial artists. This was also the reason why Yan Ji was willing to accept Lu Hantian as his disciple, but not Zhuowen. After all, so what if Zhuowen's talent was strong? If he couldn't become a saint, he wouldn't be of much use. Zhuowen fell silent. Although Yan Ji's words were not pleasant to hear, they were indeed the truth. When he broke through to the imperial power realm, Zhuowen had already guessed that it would be much more difficult for him to break through in the future than for ordinary warriors. Regarding this, he was also mentally prepared. Zhuowen suddenly smiled and said, Although becoming a saint is much more difficult than becoming an ordinary warrior, there's still a chance, isn't there? Looking at Zhuowen's tenacious smile, Yinji's eyes narrowed, and a trace of emotion appeared in his heart. Lu Hantian smiled flatteringly and said, Master, even if you don't accept Zhuowen as your disciple, you should at least give him some pointers, right? Yinji smiled and said, Of course. After all, Zhuowen is also a member of the inner court. Moreover, Zhuowen is also the person in the inner court who has the highest chance of comprehending the law of void. I hope you won't disappoint me. Senior Uncle Yinji, don't worry. I will definitely do my best in this matter, Zhuowen said respectfully. It's good that you have this intention. Remember, you will always be a member of the excellent Divine College. Our college is willing to shelter you from the wind and rain. But at the same time, we hope that you can contribute to the college, Yinji said with a smile. Of course, Zhuowen bowed, and his heart trembled slightly. He knew that Yinji was probably talking about the holy ice fire symbol on him. After all, Yinji did not take back the holy ice fire symbol on him. Clearly, he was planning to do him a huge favor. If he could reach the peak of the martial way in the future, he could take care of the excellent Divine College. Of course, even if Yinji did not say so, Zhuowen would have done so. After all, the holy ice fire symbol belonged to the inner court. He was not a selfish person, and naturally knew how to be grateful. Also, I have already completely resolved the matter of Xianzhong for you. You don't have to worry at all, Yinji continued. Zhuowen nodded. Mu Qinshiwe had already told him about Xianzhong's matter. Although he had killed Xianzhong, Yinji did not have the slightest intention of blaming him. The 9 Netherworld Conference is about to begin. Zhuowen, go back and properly comprehend the laws of void. If you can completely comprehend the laws of void before the 9 Netherworld Conference, your strength will rise to a whole new level, Yinji said with a smile. Disciple understands, Zhuowen said. And let's go out. I need to properly train Hantian. Before the 9 Underworld Conference, this kid must at least grasp the Ice Soul Law. As he spoke, Yinji lifted Lu Hantian with one hand, and like a great rock spreading its wings, he instantly disappeared from the ice and fire dual polarity palace. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he muttered, This time, Big Brother Hantian's fortune is coming. I wonder how strong he will be when we meet again in the 9 Underworld Conference. I'm really looking forward to it. As he spoke, Zhuowen disappeared from the ice and fire dual polarity palace. After walking out of the ice and fire dual polarity palace, Zhuowen immediately saw a slender and elegant figure standing at the entrance of the palace. Chen Shui, Zhuowen softly called out. That beautiful figure slowly turned around and gave a sweet smile to Zhuowen. Moreover, her smile was extremely bright. Without knowing why, when Zhuowen saw the bright smile on Mu Qinshue's face, he frowned, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He kept feeling that there was sadness behind Mu Qinshue's smile. Mu Qinshu was like the wind, and she threw herself into Zhuowen's embrace. The two of them did not speak as they quietly stood at the entrance of the palace. Zhuowen's heart trembled. He discovered that the current Mu Qinshu was actually trembling. Qinshu, what's wrong? Zhuowen asked in astonishment. I'm cold. Hold me tight. Will you hold me tight forever? Mu Qinshu said softly. Zhuowen's arms tightly hugged her, and he said in a gentle voice, Don't worry, I will hold you tight forever. Mu Qinshu gently nodded. She rested her head in Zhuowen's embrace, as if she was quietly listening to the latter's breathing. How good would it be if we continued like this forever? How good would it be if we continued like this forever? Mu Qinshu softly muttered. Yes, we will be together forever, forever, Zhuowen said with a smile. After a long while the two of them separated. Mu Qinshu pulled Zhuowen's arm and said, Will you accompany me tonight? Zhuowen was stunned. Then he nodded and said, All right, I'll accompany you. As night fell, it was like a black dragon pressing down, covering the sky and the sun. The stars in the sky were sparse. Sky capital peak, floating snow pavilion. The dim light continued to flicker. In the pavilion, two figures were quietly hugging. Mu Qinshu leaned on Zhuowen and said in a gentle voice, Zhuowen, I want to hear a story. Tell me the story of Wu Sangui and Chen Yuan. All right. Zhuowen tightly hugged Mu Qinshu and slowly said, Shanghai Pass's commander Wu Sangui. Because Chen Yuanyuan was taken away by Lu Zongmin, he flew into a rage and refused to surrender to Li Zicheng, leading the Qing army into the pass. Zhuowen quietly spoke, and Mu Qinxue quietly listened. Under the flickering light, the two figures were faintly discernible. When Zhuowen's voice fell, Mu Qinxue suddenly stuck to Zhuowen's body. Then her cherry-red lips pressed against Zhuowen's lips. Zhuowen's movements stiffened. He did not expect Mu Qinxue to be so proactive today. However, he did not reject her. His hands wrapped around her waist that was as soft as a water snake, and he passionately responded to the latter. Under the dim light, a charming atmosphere spread out. Under the illumination of the light, the two figures continuously intertwined, blending together like water and milk. What Zhuowen did not know was that under the light in the pavilion, there was a faint wisp of purple gas spreading. A delicate fragrance spread out, with an intoxicating smell. In the early morning, in the floating snow pavilion, a beautiful figure slowly stood up. Under the dim light of the morning, her jade-white back was exceptionally dazzling, like the highest grade of mutton-fat jade. Mu Qinxue stretched out her jade-like hand, and a scarlet satin robe flew out from her spiritual ring and draped over her body. Then, she came to the dressing table and quietly tidied herself up. Her fine hair was coiled up, and light makeup was always appropriate. After doing all this, Mu Qinxue came to the bed in the middle. She gently squatted down and stared at the youth, who was sleeping soundly before her. She stared straight at him, as if she wanted to deeply imprint his face in her mind. Zhuowen, I love you. I've always loved you. Mu Qinxue revealed a sad smile. She bent down and lightly kissed Zhuowen's face like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After doing all this, Mu Qinxue's eyes revealed traces of coldness. Then, she walked out of the floating snow pavilion. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sky capital peak was extremely solemn. Old Man Tiandu, Yang Yi Jianmu, and even the other 8 peak masters had all come. Not only that, even the 3 saints of the inner court, Yan Ji and the other 2, had all gathered in the sky capital peak, as if they were welcoming an important guest. Chen Shuiyu, what about Zhuowen? Xiao Yu suddenly came before Mu Qinxue, his eyes filled with a complicated expression. Mu Qinxue softly sighed and said, You also know the rules of the Burning Heaven sect. The saintess can only stay in the inner court for 5 years. Now that the 5 years are up, she must return to the southern wilderness. Xiao Yu still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by a terrifying rumbling sound. In the distant horizon, a boundless sea of fire spread over. If one looked carefully, one would see an enormous flaming bird shuttling through the sea of fire, stepping on the sea of fire. Even if it was extremely far away, the heat wave that rushed over made many inner court disciples feel hot all over. The phoenix silhouette of the Burning Heaven sect. It looks like the Burning Heaven sect has sent an extraordinary person this time. Yan Ji's eyes narrowed, and his voice was filled with solemnity. The phoenix silhouette could only be grasped by the upper echelons of the Burning Heaven sect. Chapter 1402. Smoke like fire squeak. The sharp screeching sound pierced through metal and cracked rocks, as it shot straight into the clouds. It shook the eardrums of many inner academy disciples to the point that their eardrums hurt, while their eyes revealed a shocked expression. The phoenix shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the huge shadow that was originally in the sky had already arrived above Capital Sky Peak. Then, the disciples of the inner court saw over a dozen figures standing quietly on the phoenix's back. The one leading them was an old man in a fiery red robe. Blazing flames burned in the old man's eyes, and terrifying laws of fire intertwined around his body. It was worth noting that the laws of fire on the old man's body were much stronger than Xiao Yu's. If the two of them were to fight, Xiao Yu would not be able to withstand a single blow from the old man. Yan Ji's gaze fell on the old man, and he frowned slightly. He could not help but say, Elder Raiwa, I didn't expect Zhou Tianzong to send you to welcome junior nephew Chen Shui. Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Ji. His expression became serious as he frowned. Yan Ji, I didn't expect you to break through before me. The Eastern Lands has finally produced a second heavenly saint powerhouse. I was just lucky. I've only just entered the Sky-in Saint realm, Yanji said with a faint smile. Perhaps because he discovered that Yanji was a heavenly saint, Elder Raiwa's expression became much more serious. A heavenly saint was much stronger than a profound saint. Elder Raiwa waved his hand and said, Brother Yin is too humble. In the entire heavenly armor continent, other than the Central Lands, there are billions of beings in the other 4 plates. But the number of heavenly saints that can be born can be counted on one hand. Brother Yen, since you're able to become a heavenly saint, even if it's just the Sky-in Saint realm, you're already standing at the peak of the Eastern Lands. At the very least, I have to look up to Raiwa. Elder Raiwa said politely. Brother Raiwa, you're too polite. You've already reached the fragmentary saint realm of the 5 profound saints, and are only a step away from becoming a heavenly saint. I'm afraid that you'll be able to break through to the heavenly saint realm in the future, Yanji said with a smile. Raiwa shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Yen, you're worrying too much. I've already lived for thousands of years, and I've been stuck in the fragmentary saint realm for nearly 1,000 years. My chances of breaking through. Yanji did not answer. He knew that martial artists who could cultivate to the pilgrimage realm were all prodigies blessed by the heavens. However, the pilgrimage realm was as deep as the ocean. Even if it was just a minor realm in the pilgrimage realm, the difficulty of advancing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yanji had stayed in the profound sage realm for 1,000 years before he managed to break through and become a heavenly sage by chance. One had to know that the lifespan of a saint was extremely long, at least hundreds of thousands of years. To be able to become a saint within 1,000 years was already considered a genius, and to be able to become a saint within 100 years was already considered a monster. Of course, monstrous geniuses were rare. At least in a place like the Eastern Lands, such a monstrous genius had never appeared before. Beside Elder Raiwa, a young man in red clothes with a flame pattern on his forehead stepped out and landed on Sky Capital Peak. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Mu Qinshua step by step. He is. Yanji's eyes fell on the young man and asked curiously. Haha, he's the holy son of my burning heaven sect, Yin Ruhua. He came with me this time to welcome Saintess Mu Qinshua back to the sect, Elder Raiwa said with a smile. Holy son. Yanji narrowed his eyes. Yin Ruhua's aura was very powerful and terrifying. He was probably comparable to Qing Longzi of the Blue Dragon Hall. He even faintly felt that Yin Ruhua was hiding his true strength. Chen Shui, how have you been in the Eastern Land for the past 5 years? I heard that you found someone you like here? Yin Ruhua came in front of Mu Qinshua and asked with a smile. Mu Qinshua frowned and said indifferently, This has nothing to do with you. Who did you hear it from? Yin Ruhua smiled evilly and said, Elder Qiu. Who else could it be? Mu Qinshua's pupil shrank and her face changed. Elder Qiu? What did you do to him? Mu Qinshua knew Elder Qiu's character very well. He was absolutely loyal to her, and would never tell Yin Ruhua about this. Combined with Yin Ruhua's usual style, she was afraid that the latter had used some kind of torture to force Elder Qiu. What else can I do? I just looked at the old man's memories. Oh, I heard that the person you like is called Zhuowen, right? I heard that he also came to Jiaxin Academy. Where is he? Let me take a look. Yin Ruhua said without any care. Mu Qinshua's face turned dark. Yin Ruhua's words were very calm, but she knew that with the latter's methods, Yin Ruhua must have searched Elder Qiu's soul. The side effect of searching his soul was very large. If she wasn't careful, Elder Qiu might. Oh, that's right. Elder Qiu has gone crazy. When I searched his soul, I wasn't paying attention and destroyed his sea of consciousness. Yin Ruhua suddenly said with a teasing smile. Bastard. Mu Qinshua's body trembled. She gave a delicate roar, and flames burst out from her body. Her jade-like hand reached out and attacked Yin Ruhua. Yin Ruhua's smile became even wider. Her right hand reached out and grabbed Mu Qinshua's right hand. She said with a smile, Qinshui, why are you so angry? You're just a useless servant. You bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Mu Qinshua's beautiful eyes were filled with mist. Elder Chiu had followed her for a long time and had a very good relationship with her. Ever since she joined the Fine Theology Institute, Elder Chiu had been reporting to the Burning Heaven sect. She never thought that Yin Ruhua would search his soul and destroy his sea of consciousness, turning him into an idiot. Mu Qinxue was very clear that with Yin Ruhua's cultivation, there shouldn't be any mistakes in searching his soul. However, Elder Chiu's sea of consciousness had been destroyed. It was obvious that Yin Ruhua had done it deliberately. Boom! A sonic boom suddenly came from behind Yin Ruhua. A terrifying temperature rose, causing Yin Ruhua to frown. Her empty left hand suddenly smashed behind her. Boom! An ear-piercing explosion resounded. The two powers of law collided and swept up a violent hurricane. Yin Ruhua was as still as a mountain, but the figure behind her groaned and retreated several steps. What is the meaning of this? Sneak attacking me. Yin Ruhua tilted her head and stared at Xiaoyu behind her. Her voice was cold. Xiaoyu's face was a little ugly. Yin Ruhua was actually this strong, forcing him back in a single move. This made him both shocked and angry. Chen Shui is still a disciple of our institute. Aren't you a little too arrogant to act so recklessly in our Fine Theology Institute? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and coldly said, "Ha ha, you're saying that I'm acting recklessly? Chen Shui is our Burning Heaven sect saintess. She only came to your institute to train. You really think that she's a disciple of your institute? What a joke." Yin Ruhua sneered. "Ruhua, let Chen Shui go." Elder Raiwa finally opened her mouth and calmly said. Yin Ruhua's face froze. She nodded and released Mu Qinxue, saying, "Chen Shui, your cultivation progress is very slow. You're only in the 9th layer of the Emperor realm, and you haven't comprehended the power of law. Fine Theology Institute isn't that great. Returning to the Burning Heaven sect is a wise choice. I don't need you to care about my matters." Mu Qinxue coldly glanced at Yin Ruhua, then walked over to Old Man Tiandu, Yang Yi, Jianmu, and Feng Nianlan. "Master, Senior Brother Yang Yi, Senior Brother Jianmu, and Senior Sister Feng Nianlan, thank you for taking care of me these past few years. Chen Shui will be leaving today." After saying this, Mu Qinxue bowed, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. "Junior Sister Chen Shui, be careful. You can always contact me when you return to the Burning Heaven sect." Feng Nianlan stepped forward and held Mu Qinshue's hands as she said this. Old Man Tiandu softly sighed. "Chen Shui, Master is not talented and can't teach you too much. I hope that after you return to the Burning Heaven sect, you can rise step by step. Master, there's no need to belittle yourself. The days in Sky Capital Peak are very free and very happy. I like it very much," Mu Qinxue said with a smile. Yang Yi leaned against the stone pillar and looked at Mu Qinxue. His eyes sparkled and he rarely said, "Junior Sister Chen Shui, take care." Jian Mu, on the other hand, was like a sharp sword as he stood where he was. Ruthlessness lingered in his eyes as he quietly stared at Mu Qinxue without saying a word. "Goodbye." Mu Qinxue revealed a sweet smile. Her eyes looked through the void and fell onto the floating snow pavilion. Inside there were the people she cared about, the people she loved. "Goodbye," Mu Qinxue softly muttered as she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. With a kick of her jade-like feet, she leapt onto the back of the phoenix silhouette. "Young Miss Chen Shui, the sect master has been waiting for you in the sect for a long time. Now that you can return to the sect, I'm afraid the sect master will be very happy," Elder Raiwa said to Mu Qinxue with a smile. Mu Qinxue expressionlessly nodded, not saying a word. Yin Ruhua also jumped up and landed on the Phoenix Phantom not far away from Mu Qinxue. "Brother Yen, if we have the chance to meet again in the future, let's drink and chat." Elder Raiwa cupped his hands towards Yenji and said with a smile, "Brother Raiwa is too courteous. If possible, we will drink to our heart's content." Yenji said with a laugh, "Let's go." Elder Raiwa cupped his hands and gave a sharp cry. The Phoenix Phantom under his feet released a sea of flames as it flew into the sky. Watching the Phoenix Phantom gradually disappear into the distance, Xiao Yu's eyes darkened. He said to Yenji, "Martial Uncle Yenji, what should we do when Zhuowen realizes what happened?" Yenji was stunned. Soon after, he said with a soft sigh, That's why that girl Chen Shui hid it from that brat Zhuowen and left by herself. Otherwise, with that brat Zhuowen's personality, who knows what he would do? That would be truly troublesome. Rumble. Just as Yan Ji's voice fell, a shocking explosion rang out. Capital Sky Peak's floating snow pavilion actually collapsed, and a figure suddenly flew out. Chen Shui. A distant and mournful voice rang out from within the floating snow pavilion. Soon after, a pair of 10-foot large purple lightning wings appeared on the figure's back. It turned into lightning and chased after the phoenix phantom in the distance. Just now, if it was not for Xiao He and Cheng Huang, Zhuowen might still be in a deep sleep. After waking up, the first thing Zhuowen did was to check the lights in the room. He discovered that there was actually a sleeping incense inside, and it was an extremely powerful sleeping incense. At the same time, he also discovered that Mu Qinxue was not in the room. Combined with Mu Qinshue's strange actions from before, he knew that Mu Qinxue was definitely hiding something from him. Chapter 1403. By how this was especially the case when he saw Mu Qinxue ride the enormous phoenix phantasm and disappear into the horizon. Zhuowen's eyes almost cracked as he immediately chased after her. Zhuowen, you won't be able to catch up. Yanji frowned slightly. He pressed down with his right hand, and a terrifying saint energy crushed down on Zhuowen's body. Get lost. Zhuowen's eyes were scarlet red. He slashed with his right hand, and the space split open as he escaped into the void, just in time to dodge Yanji's attack. When he reappeared, he was already several hundred meters away. This little guy has actually grasped the void power to such an extent. Yanji frowned slightly as he watched Zhuowen disappear several hundred meters away, as if he had teleported. Surprise was revealed in his eyes. Martial Uncle Yanji, quickly chase after Zhuowen. We can't let him do anything foolish. Xiaoyu said to Yanji. Yes. Xiaoyu, follow me and chase after him. Let's try to intercept that little guy Zhuowen. Given the character of those people from the Burning Heaven sect, I'm afraid that they won't let Zhuowen off so easily. Yanji nodded. Swoosh swoosh. The two of them escaped into the void at the same time and chased after Zhuowen. After all, the two of them had studied the Void Stone tablet before and had a unique understanding of the void power. The many people in the inner academy revealed complicated expressions in their eyes when they saw this scene. Many disciples from the inner academy knew about the matter between Mu Qinxue and Zhuowen. Now that Mu Qinxue was about to be taken away by the Burning Heaven sect, it was excusable for Zhuowen to go crazy. When did Zhuowen, this brat, become so proficient in void energy? Yanji and Xiaoyu, who were chasing behind, used the void power repeatedly, but discovered that they were unable to close the distance between them and Zhuowen. Instead, they were getting further and further away. Zhuowen unfurled his purple lightning wings. Combined with the void power, his speed was as fast as lightning. Wherever he passed, the air was torn apart and space collapsed. Chen Shui. Zhuowen roared towards the sky. His roar pierced through gold and cracked stone as he rushed into the clouds, surging and surging. There were more than a dozen figures standing on top of the huge phoenix shadow. Elder Raiwa was sitting cross-legged at the head, while Mu Qinxue and Yin Ruhua were standing on either side of Elder Raiwa. Behind the three of them, there were about 10 youths standing in 2 rows. These youths were looking at Yin Ruhua with reverence. Obviously, they were also disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. Zhuowen's voice was transmitted over, causing the gazes of many people in the phoenix illusory figure to harden. Mu Qinshue's delicate body trembled as a trace of emotion surfaced on her calm and pretty face. Yin Ruhua glanced indifferently at Mu Qinxue, then turned her head to look behind her. She said indifferently, "Is that Zhuowen? Someone you like?" Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes narrowed as she coldly said, "I don't know this person. He should be one of my pursuers in the academy. Let's speed up and throw him off." "Oh, so he's one of your pursuers. Does that mean that if I kill this guy, you won't have any objections?" Yin Ruhua said with a cold smile. Mu Qinshue's face slightly changed as she said, "Yin Ruhua, you dare? Ha ha, I'm just saying. Why are you in such a hurry? He's just someone you don't know, so it's fine if you kill him. Don't tell me you still miss him?" Yen Ruhua's lips curled up as she laughed. He's a disciple of the Divine Academy. Since you've killed the innocent, the Divine Academy won't let you off. Mu Qinxue coldly said. Of course I know that. I was just joking. I just wanted to play with this guy. Elder Raiwa wouldn't mind slowing down, right? Yen Ruhua said with a smile. Elder Raiwa still squinted his eyes as he nodded and said, Don't go overboard. After saying that, Elder Raiwa clapped his right hand, and the phoenix shadow under his feet stopped. Yen Ruhua's face stiffened as she said solemnly, Elder, don't worry. I won't do anything rash. After saying that, Yen Ruhua pointed at an extremely sturdy man behind her and said, By how? You're the strongest in this group. Go and test that guy behind you. The man called Bai Hao slowly stood up and nodded at Yen Ruhua. His face was expressionless as he pushed off with both of his legs. His huge body was like a small mountain as he leaped into the air. Soon after, he descended and headed straight for Zhuowen. Bai Hao was the strongest in this group of disciples. His cultivation had reached the invincible emperor realm, and he had comprehended the law of gold. His body was covered in gold and was as tough as iron. It was extremely terrifying. Elder Raiwa, this has nothing to do with him. Why did you listen to Yen Ruhua and stop? Mu Qinshua's face changed slightly as she shouted. Elder Raiwa shook his head and said with a sigh, Miss Qinshui, you're the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and you're destined to marry the young palace master of the Snow Palace. Ruhua has already told me about you. Is that guy behind you called Zhuowen? Mu Qinxue bit her lower lip and said coldly, Yes. Are you satisfied now? You can leave now. That brat is indeed Zhuowen. However, Qinshui, your taste is really bad. Zhuowen is only at the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. How could he be worthy of your liking? I think you must have been deceived by him. Yen Ruhua's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as she said in a strange tone. Shut up. Mu Qinxue coldly shouted. Then she said to Elder Raiwa in a serious tone. Can we leave now? This matter has nothing to do with Zhuowen. I don't want him to be involved. Yen Ruhua was stunned and his eyes turned gloomy. Mu Qinxue had insulted him because of Zhuowen, so naturally he was angry. Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Miss Qinshui, let me see the chastity mark on your right arm. When these words came out, Mu Qinshua's beautiful eyes narrowed and she coldly said, What are you looking at that for? Although you're an elder of the sect, you don't have the qualifications to tell me what to do. Elder Raiwa said with a faint smile. Although I don't have the qualifications, the sect master does. He sent me here this time. Ever since Ruhua searched Elder Qiu's soul, the matter of you and Zhuowen has spread throughout the Burning Heaven sect. Otherwise, why do you think we would send so many people to invite you back to the sect? Apart from asking you to return, it is actually also related to that Zhuowen. If you are able to prove that there is nothing going on between you and Zhuowen, I will immediately not pursue the matter with him. Mu Qinxue slowly stepped back. Her eyebrows slightly knit as she coldly said, Are you doubting me? I don't dare. Elder Raiwa shook his head and said, This old man just wants to confirm it. After saying this, Elder Raiwa stretched out his withered right hand. A terrifying saint energy spread out and surrounded Mu Qinxue, making it hard for her to move. Elder Raiwa, what do you mean by this? Let me go. Mu Qinxue said in a panic. Elder Raiwa ignored Mu Qinshue's protest. With a swipe of his right hand, Mu Qinshue's forearm cuff was shattered. The red dot that should have been there had already disappeared. The chastity sand is gone? Yen Ruhua's pupil shrank. Her gaze was extremely gloomy. Elder Raiwa clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked as a surge of killing intent burst out from his body. He first glanced at Mu Qinxue, then his gaze fell on Zhuowen. It seems that something has happened between the two of you. This boy deserves to die, Elder Raiwa said with a ferocious expression. You can't kill him. Mu Qinshue's expression changed drastically. She stood in front of Elder Raiwa and said, Humph. A mere 7th level Great Emperor. I don't need to do anything. Bai Hao can deal with this boy. You stay here and wait for the sect leader to deal with you, after we bring you back to the Burning Heaven sect. Elder Raiwa said indifferently. As for Mu Qinxue, she was imprisoned in place by Elder Raiwa's power. She couldn't move at all. Swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Bai Hao's huge body suddenly landed on top of Zhuo Wen, looking down at him from above. Get lost! Zhuo Wen roared angrily and punched out, directly attacking Bai Hao. Bai Hao grinned. He had comprehended the law of gold, and his physical body was unparalleled. Wasn't this guy courting death by throwing a punch at him? At the thought of this, Bai Hao also threw a punch. The law of gold condensed on the surface of his fist. The fist wind whistled like the roar of a dragon and tiger. Boom! There was an explosion. Zhuo Wen suddenly retreated dozens of steps. Bai Hao's body only swayed a little. He was as still as a mountain as he stood firmly on the spot. Your strength is not bad. It's quite rare for a 7th-level great emperor to have such strength. However, you're going to die in my hands today. Bai Hao grinned. He took a step forward in the air, and a golden light shone brightly. He shot towards Zhuo Wen like a cannonball. He's just a 7th-level great emperor. He won't be able to last one round against senior brother Bai Hao. I'm afraid he'll be killed soon. I'm afraid he won't even need one round. Senior brother, Bai Hao will be able to kill him in one move. The other disciples of the Burning Heavens sect on the Phoenix Phantom were chatting and laughing. They looked at Zhuo Wen and Bai Hao indifferently. In their opinion, Zhuo Wen was just a clown. Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. Zhuo Wen didn't hesitate to use the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. His whole body was covered with blood-red marks. It looked extremely strange. At that moment, Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He naturally saw Mu Chen Shui, who was imprisoned by Elder Ling Hua, on the Phoenix's silhouette, and the killing intent in his heart rose to its peak. A mere 7th-level great emperor dares to show off in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. Bai Hao laughed. He didn't care about Zhuo Wen at all. His right hand suddenly descended from the sky. The gold elemental law condensed, causing his body to flicker with golden light. Overestimating myself? Zhuo Wen murmured. He threw out a punch. Flames burned in his left eye. The fire elemental law rushed out and attached itself to his fist. Rumble! The two fists collided. The smile on Bai Hao's face froze. He exclaimed, Fire elemental law? You've also mastered the power of law. Merciless killing, Zhuo Wen said softly, and then the huge shadow of the Taisha Divine Dragon appeared in the void behind him. It roared, and Zhuo Wen's power rose to the extreme. With the addition of the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal and the Fire Elemental Law, Zhuo Wen's strength had soared to an extremely terrifying level. Puchi! Bai Hao screamed miserably. His right fist was dislocated by Zhuo Wen's punch. Chapter 1404. Instant Kill Die. Zhuo Wen didn't give Bai Hao any chance to catch his breath. He took a step forward and punched out. Every punch contained the power of the Law of Fire and the Tai Chi Dragon Seal. Bastard, stop! Yin Ruhua narrowed his eyes, emitting a deep chill. The other 9 members of the Phoenix Shadow all stood up, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Be annihilated. Bai Hao was beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. Zhuo Wen didn't care about Yin Ruhua's words at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched Bai Hao's chest. The Law of Fire instantly erupted and enveloped Bai Hao. At the same time, the Tai Chi Dragon Shadow floating behind Zhuo Wen swooped down and swallowed Bai Hao. Then a terrifying explosion rang out. Ah! A tragic cry rang out from the explosion. When the explosion gradually dissipated, Bai Hao's figure had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Bai Hao, the invincible Emperor Lord of the Burning Heavens sect, had died in front of their eyes just like that? You're courting death. Yin Ruhua's eyes were gloomy. He was so angry that his body trembled. He said to Elder Raiwa, Elder, let me kill this boy. Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and nodded. Kill him. He killed a member of the Burning Heavens sect and took Miss Chen Shui's virginity. This boy must not be allowed to live in this world. Heh, that's exactly what I wanted. He's able to kill an invincible Emperor Lord at the 7th layer Emperor realm. His strength isn't bad, but I'd like to test his strength. Yin Ruhua grinned. Flames erupted from his body, and the Law of Fire lingered around him. The temperature of the surrounding air rose to the extreme, producing strange hissing sounds. Boy, this Yin Ruhua isn't simple. His strength is unfathomable. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Unfathomable. Judging from Yin Ruhua's aura, he should be a half-step sage. Moreover, he is only a half-step sage who has grasped the law of fire. How can he be so unfathomable? Zhuowen asked in astonishment. That's because this guy doesn't control just one type of law. Aside from the law of fire, I can sense another type of law on him, Xiao Hei said cautiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He never imagined that the holy son of the Burning Heaven sect, Yin Ruhua, would have grasped more than one type of law. He was absolutely a genius. Whoosh whoosh. Yin Ji and Xiao Yu also arrived, attracting the attention of Raiwa and Yin Ruhua. Elder Raiwa, Zhuowen is a personal disciple of my Acer God Institute's mysterious origin peak. I hope you can be magnanimous. Yin Ji cupped his hands and smiled. Raiwa, however, shook his head and said, if it was before, I would naturally not make things difficult for him with just a word from Brother Yin. However, I can't do that now. Yin Ji's eyes narrowed as he said, Brother Raiwa, what do you mean? This kid just killed by Hao of my Burning Heaven sect, and did something intolerable. If I don't kill him, the heavens will not tolerate my Burning Heaven sect, Raiwa said indifferently. Can't you make an exception? Yin Ji said in a low voice. Make an exception? How laughable. How can I make an exception? This kid will die today even if he doesn't. Elder Raiwa sneered, then glanced at Yin Ji and said, Brother Yin, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. The Burning Heaven sect isn't an organization that Acer God Institute can afford to offend. Are you threatening me? Yin Ji frowned slightly. Elder Linghua smiled and said, You can understand it this way. Our southern barbarians are stronger than your eastern barbarians, and the Burning Sky sect has 2 heavenly saint powerhouses, and the number of saints they have is several times that of your divine academy. I'm not boasting, but I want to wake Brother Yin up. Is it worth it to go against the Burning Heaven sect for a junior who has yet to become a saint? As soon as these words came out, Yin Ji frowned, revealing a trace of hesitation. Elder Raiwa's words weren't without reason. In a sense, the Burning Heaven sect was even stronger than the Blue Dragon Hall. This was because the Burning Heaven sect had 2 heavenly saints and more profound sages than the Blue Dragon Hall. This was a force that was even more terrifying than the Blue Dragon Hall. Acer God Institute didn't need to fear the Blue Dragon Hall, but the Burning Heaven sect really needed to be carefully considered. Martial Uncle Yin Ji, Zhuowen is a member of our institute. We can't just ignore him, Xiao Yu quickly said. Yin Ji took a deep breath and said, Zhuowen is a disciple of my institute after all. You killed my disciple in my divine specter realm. You really don't put me in your eyes. Elder Raiwa slightly frowned and coldly said, Then I'll take a step back. I can choose not to deal with this boy, but you can't interfere with Yin Ruhua and the others of the same generation. Whether they live or die is up to the heavens. Otherwise, this old man might go back and report everything that happened here to the sect master. Yin Ji looked at Zhuowen, who wasn't far away, and said with a sigh, Zhuowen, I can only fight for you this much. The rest is up to you. Martial uncle, you don't have to blame yourself. I, Zhuowen, will never forget what you've done for me. Zhuowen nodded, then looked at Yin Ruhua and coldly said, I heard that you're the holy son of the Burning Heaven sect. Fight with me. If I lose, you can take my life. If you lose, you have to let Chen Shui go. Yin Ruhua grinned and said, You're just an ant. You actually have the face to talk about conditions with me. Today, whether you win or lose, you'll die. After saying that, Yin Ruhua gave a look to the other 9 people. The 9 of them rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen from 9 directions. They exploded with terrifying energy. Among the 9 people, 3 of them were invincible Emperor Lords who had grasped the laws. The rest were all 9th Heaven Emperor realm experts. This was an extremely powerful force. It was more than enough to take down a 7th Heaven Emperor realm expert. Despicable. Xiao Yu's eyes turned cold. The law of fire lingered around him as he flew out towards Zhuowen. He wanted to help Zhuowen. Old man, I see that you're also grasping the law of fire. I've also grasped the law of fire. Why don't we play? Yin Ruhua took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yu's path. His face was full of ridicule. "Get lost!" Xiao Yu roared and threw out a punch. Flames surged into the sky and turned into countless fire pythons. They rushed towards Yen Ruhua and enveloped him. Yen Ruhua curled his lips and clenched his right hand. The law of fire in his right hand turned into a flaming bow. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon, and a flaming arrow appeared in the flaming bow. Then Yen Ruhua released 2 fingers on his right hand. Boom! The sound of the bowstring was like lightning. The flaming arrow pierced through the void with a thunderous sound. It instantly shot through one of the fire pythons and turned it into ashes. Boom! 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 Yen Ruhua shot out arrow after arrow. His right hand pulled the bowstring as fast as lightning. Every arrow accurately shot through the fire pythons. In less than 5 breaths, the fire pythons formed by Xiao Yu's law of fire were all destroyed by Yen Ruhua's arrows. Boom! Yen Ruhua pulled the bowstring again and shot out another arrow. This arrow was extremely fast and landed in front of Xiao Yu in an instant. Puff! Xiao Yu's pupil shrank, and he dodged to the side. However, the arrow was too fast, and it still pierced through his collarbone, causing blood to spurt out. "Old man, don't come any closer. Otherwise, the arrow won't have pierced through your collarbone but your heart," Yen Ruhua said indifferently. Xiao Yu was astonished. With Yen Ruhua's personality, he wouldn't leave anyone alive. If it weren't for the presence of a heavenly saint like Yen Ji, he would have killed Xiao Yu with an arrow. Xiao Yu's eyes were spitting fire. Just as he was about to rush forward again, he was stopped by Yen Ji. "Xiao Yu, you're no match for Yen Ruhua. Don't provoke that guy anymore," Yen Ji said solemnly. "But Zhuan," Xiao Yu said unwillingly. Yen Ji said with bright eyes, "Have you forgotten what happened in the Martial Saint Tower? This guy is not as simple as he looks. He killed Xianzhong and the Martial Saint. Do you think he'll be killed so easily?" Xiao Yu was stunned. He recalled what happened in the Martial Saint Tower and gradually calmed down. Although he was Zhuan's master, to be honest, Zhuan's strength had already surpassed his. Although he did not want to admit it, it was a fact. "I hope nothing happens to him," Xiao Yu muttered in a low voice with some worry. "Zhuan!" Mu Qinshui, who had been confined to her spot by Elder Ling Hua, had a misty look in her beautiful eyes as she stared intently at the surrounded figure. "Qinshui, don't worry. I'll bring you away from here very soon." Surrounded, Zhuan raised his head slightly and looked at Mu Qinshui on the phoenix's figure. His lips curled into a smile. "You want to bring Miss Qinshui away? You're dreaming. I think you should leave your life behind first." Surrounded by 9 people, a square-faced young man sneered. He was surrounded by the law of earth. He was one of the 3 invincible imperial lords. The other 2 invincible imperial lords had grasped the law of wood and the law of water respectively. They were the most common of the 5 elemental laws. "Let's attack together and kill him," shouted the square-faced youth who had grasped the laws of earth. Immediately, the 9 of them spread out in 9 different directions around Zhuan, attacking Zhuan from both sides. "All of you die." Retracting his gaze, Zhuan was filled with killing intent. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and took out the Fushi cauldron. Then, he flicked his finger and took out a nascent soul from his spirit ring. "Zhuan, let me go now or I'll teach you a lesson." This nascent soul was Lung Quan. At this moment, Lung Quan was wailing like a ghost and cursing viciously at Zhuan. Zhuan ignored Lung Quan's curses. He grabbed the nascent soul and stuffed it into the Fushi cauldron. Then 2 gigantic arms reached out from the Fushi cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 people were caught off guard and were instantly struck by the 2 giant hands. 6 of them were instantly annihilated. These 6 were the Burning Sky sect's disciples who had yet to master the power of law and were at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. "What is this?" The remaining 3 revealed terrified expressions. The 3 of them had indeed blocked the attack just now. However, they did not feel good about it. "Die." Zhuan's eyes were still cold. He flicked his finger again and took out Xianzhong's nascent soul. This was the only nascent soul he had left, and he threw it into the Fushi cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1405. The law of smoke and fire. The head was huge, and its facial features were blurry. Only the upper half of its body was covered in black armor. It looked mighty and domineering. A wild and terrifying aura spread out and shook the heavens and the earth. What's that? The square-faced young man and the other two were terrified. The aura of the figure that suddenly appeared from the Fushi cauldron made even them tremble. The three of you run. Yen Ruhua, who was originally unconcerned, was shocked and shouted at the square-faced young man and the other two. Run! The square-faced young man and the other two were startled. They took a step forward and hurriedly ran away from the figure. Do you think you can escape? Zhuan sneered. He pressed his right hand down, and the huge figure slapped down with both hands at an extremely fast speed. No. Block it for us. The Fushi real body was too fast. In an instant, the hands were in front of the square-faced young man and the other two. The whistling sound of the wind was constantly heard. The power of the laws of earth, wood and water surged out from the three of them, forming a protective shield of 3 different colors in an attempt to block Fushi's hands. Rumble! A pair of gigantic hands slammed down on the protective barrier, causing it to tremble. Cracks began to appear on its surface. Stop, or you'll die a horrible death. Yen Ruhua shouted angrily as he stepped out into the void. At the same time, he held the bow in his left hand and pulled it into the shape of a full moon with his right hand. With a bang, countless flaming arrows shot out like a rain of fire towards the Fushi real body. Zhuan stepped forward and blocked in front of the Fushi real body. The dragon seal in his right hand burst out with a terrifying light. Heaven-locked dragon seal. Countless pitch-black chains surged out and transformed into a gigantic black dragon, blocking Zhuowen's path. Clang! 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 Arrows rained down from the sky and blasted the black dragon. The black dragon kept retreating and roaring. Taishang dragon seal, Zhuowen roared angrily, and the shadow of the divine slaughter dragon appeared in the void. When the black-locked dragon was shot to pieces by the rain of arrows, the shadow of the divine slaughter dragon stood in front of Zhuowen, completely blocking the rain of arrows. Yen Ruhua's expression froze and she shouted coldly, Zhuowen, you have to think carefully. They are all disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. Do you know the consequences of killing them? Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Yen Ruhua and sneered. Idiot! I've already killed many people from the Burning Heaven sect. And you're telling me this now? Since I've already killed them, what's the difference between killing a few more or a few less? As he spoke, the Fushi true body's hands suddenly smashed down, and the protective barrier formed by the three of them collapsed completely. No! The square-faced young man and the other two screamed. Their eyes were filled with despair. Fushi's hands were too powerful. They couldn't resist at all. Puchi! As the giant hand fell, the three of them exploded into a mist of blood before they could even make a sound. Even their nascent souls were crushed into dust by the powerful force. Yen Ruhua, who was rushing over, suddenly froze. His eyes were extremely gloomy. All the disciples he had brought this time had been killed by Zhuowen. Yen Ruhua's heart was burning with rage. Ruhua, don't hold back. Kill him. On the Phoenix Phantom, Elder Raiwa's eyes were full of killing intent as she said to Yen Ruhua. If it weren't for Yin Ji, perhaps Elder Raiwa would have done it herself. Zhuowen, there's no one in this world who can save you now. Yen Ruhua roared. His whole body was like fire. He clenched his hands and the law of fire in his palms turned into 2 flaming sabers. Slash! Above Zhuowen, Yen Ruhua's hands danced. Flames erupted from the 2 sabers, bursting out into a terrifying line of fire and slashing down. Why should Zhuowen be afraid? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand, and the tiger head clear golden spear appeared in his palm. His left eye turned fiery red, and the law of fire surged out. He then wiped the surface of the spear with his right hand, and the law of fire surged and turned into a flaming spear. Swoosh! The flaming spear was like a venomous snake. It flicked upwards and accurately blocked the 2 sabers. Rumble! Instantly, waves of fire spread out in all directions like the waves of a vast ocean. The fire waves covered a large area and stretched for thousands of miles. Yen Ji and Elder Ling raised their own shields and completely blocked the incoming waves of fire. You should be proud of yourself for having such combat strength in the 7th level Emperor realm. However, your time to be proud will soon be ended by me. I will send you to hell. Yen Ruhua's lips curled into a cold smile. He changed the direction of his saber, and the flames on his saber turned into ropes that wrapped around Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly and raised his right hand in an attempt to separate the flames. Everyone says that I have mastered the law of fire. However, they are all wrong. I have not only mastered the law of fire. In fact, I have also mastered the law of fire that is derived from the law of fire. This is a talent that belongs to me. Yen Ruhua suddenly muttered to himself. This law of fire. I have named it the law of smoke and fire. Smoke is like fire and fire can explode. Like fireworks, the exploding flames are the most beautiful. Rumble. As soon as Yen Ruhua finished speaking, Zhuowen realized that the flames that he had blocked suddenly expanded rapidly. Then, like fireworks, they exploded into terrifying flames. Rumble. Moreover, these explosions were not short-lived, but continuous and unending. In the space where Zhuowen was, countless flames erupted, forming dazzling fireworks. The law of smoke and fire, that is derived from the law of fire? Your burning heaven sex Yen Ruhua is really a peerless genius. He can actually comprehend such an extraordinary law from the law of fire. Not far away, Yen Ji's gaze turned serious. Even he was a little shocked by the uniqueness of Yen Ruhua's law of smoke and fire. Hihi, it's not that easy to be the holy son of the burning heaven sect. Since Yen Ruhua can become the holy son, it has already proven his talent and strength. Of course that Zhuowen is also doomed. Yen Ruhua, who has 2 laws, already has the strength to kill a half-step saint. Not to mention that Zhuowen, who is only a 7th layer Emperor realm expert. Elder Raiwa raised his chin high and glanced at the battlefield that was constantly bursting with fireworks. The corners of his mouth were full of complacency. Yen Ji and Xiao Yu both frowned. Although they were extremely worried, they didn't believe that Zhuowen would die so easily. What a beautiful firework. Zhuowen, you should be able to rest in peace now that you've died under such firework. Yen Ruhua's eyes were blurred as he looked down at the void below. The corners of his mouth were full of smiles. Die in peace. You are not qualified to let me die in peace. An indifferent voice resounded from within the smoke and fire. The smile on Yen Ruhua's face suddenly froze. His gaze shifted downwards and landed on the source of the voice. Amidst the smoke and fire, a figure slowly walked out. This figure was slender and had a handsome face. The strange thing was that his right eye was icy blue and filled with cold energy. It actually contained the law of ice. His left eye was fiery red and burning hot. It contained the law of fire. The 2 laws gushed out from his eyes and circled around him, outlining the illusory image of a palace that was just big enough to accommodate one person. The defensive power of the illusory image of the palace was amazing. The fireworks that exploded in the surroundings couldn't corrode Zhuowen at all when they touched the surface of the palace. The law of ice and the law of fire. You have mastered 2 laws? Yen Ruhua's pupils shrank into needles as he muttered in disbelief. Even Elder Raiwa's face froze. He frowned slightly and stared at Zhuowen. What? You, a self-proclaimed genius? Are you very surprised to see that I have mastered 2 types of laws? Zhuowen raised his head and stared at Yen Ruhua provocatively. Then he stomped his right foot on the ground. Suddenly, the pitch-black dark cold poison and the 9-colored 9 flames karmic fire swept out from his body. He had already infused the law of ice and the law of fire into these 2 heaven-level ice and fire energies. Their power was much stronger than usual. Yen Ruhua frowned slightly, but he didn't care much about the 2 energies that swept over. He swung the flaming long saber in his hands and flames spewed out. Under his control, the flames all turned into fireworks and exploded. The law of smoke and fire had an extremely powerful explosive power. When the fireworks left his hands, they formed an explosive saber shadow that crossed the void and slashed at the ice and fire energies. I wonder how powerful the ice and fire palace will be after infusing the law of ice and fire into it. Zhuowen licked his lips and put his hands together. Immediately, the ice and fire energies in the air blended together like water and milk, forming a huge palace the size of a mountain. Clang! The huge saber shadow formed by the law of smoke and fire struck the surface of the palace, creating countless sparks. However, the palace was not damaged at all. This scene stunned Yin Ruhua. Then, he saw the huge ice and fire palace fall vertically and envelop Yin Ruhua. Yin Ruhua didn't even have time to react before he was suppressed by the ice and fire palace. Bastard! Break it! An angry roar came from within the ice and fire palace, followed by ear-piercing collisions. Obviously, Yin Ruhua was constantly bombarding the palace. However, the ice and fire palace was extremely tough. Although Yin Ruhua was strong, he was trapped in the palace and could do nothing. After all, the ice and fire palace was a combination of the heaven-level ice and fire energy. Coupled with the law of ice and fire, its power was many times stronger than usual. It was more than enough to trap an ordinary half-saint. Even for a half-saint like Yin Ruhua, although it couldn't completely trap him, it could still trap him for a while. Break it! Yin Ruhua roared to the sky, and a terrifying aura flowed out of the ice and fire palace. Then, a hole appeared in the front of the ice and fire palace. Yin Ruhua's figure stepped out of the hole. His eyes were full of killing intent as he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Interesting. You have mastered the law of two elements, and you can combine them to form the shape of a palace. However, this can't trap me at all. You're dead for sure." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he said, "Idiot, the best part is yet to come." Chapter 1406. Someone from the Blue Dragon Hall arrived. Boom! The energy produced by the explosion of the Ice-Fire Palace was extremely terrifying. It formed a mushroom cloud in the sky, and the surrounding space within a few hundred miles collapsed and turned into spatial cracks. Ruhua! Elder Raiwa's eyes narrowed. Saint power surrounded his body as he took a step forward, intending to rush towards the center of the explosion. Whoosh! However, a stalwart figure appeared in front of Elder Linghua and blocked his path. Elder Raiwa, as seniors, it's better for us not to interfere in the matters of the younger generation, Yin Ji said nonchalantly. Not interfere? Yin Ji, I actually don't want to be enemies with Jiaoshan Academy, but I'm a little disappointed that you're protecting a traitor. Elder Raiwa's eyes were filled with rage, and his voice was extremely cold. This caused Yin Ji to frown. He faintly felt that something was wrong with Elder Raiwa. You forced me to do this. Elder Linghua's gaze turned extremely calm, after which, the void behind him exploded and thousands of thunderbolts surged out. Within those thunderbolts, there was an extremely frightening law of thunder. Law of lightning? Sapphire Shore? Yin Ji's eyes narrowed, and he could not help but exclaim. His expression was extremely ugly. Haha. Yin Ji, you didn't expect us to meet again, did you? Haha, you destroyed my law avatar last time. Today I'll repay you properly. A voice that sounded like a great bell came from the countless bolts of thunder in the sky. A majestic figure walked out from the sea of thunder. Wherever he went, countless bolts of thunder would bow down to him and respect him. This person was the Hall Master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore. Behind Sapphire Shore, there were two figures. These two figures were middle-aged men in long green robes. The auras of these two men were extremely vast, and their bodies were filled with terrifying saint power. Needless to say, both of them were saints. Oh no, Zhuowen, let's go. Yin Ji's expression changed drastically. He took a step in the air and arrived beside Zhuowen. He grabbed with his right hand and brought Zhuowen away from this place. Yin Ji, you won't be able to bring that little bastard Zhuowen away today. He will definitely die today. The corners of Sapphire Shore's mouth curled into a smile. Countless thunderbolts gathered in the void and enveloped the area within 1,000 miles, turning it into a lightning cage. Light! Yin Ji's eyes turned dark as his body emitted a brilliant glow. A giant sun rose into the sky and slammed into the edge of the lightning prison. Rumble! Earth-shaking tremors resounded. The boundless light of the sun and the lightning interweaved together like the might of the heavens, exploding into dazzling fireworks in the sky. After which, Yin Ji took a few steps back. His expression was extremely ugly. The lightning prison before him was extremely tough. It was likely that Sapphire Shore had been planning this for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to set up such a powerful lightning prison in such a short time. Looking at the vast thunderbolts in the sky, Zhuowen's heart trembled. His entire body was trembling. It was too terrifying. The law of lightning released by Sapphire Shore was too terrifying. His law of lightning was much stronger than that of an invincible emperor lord and a half-saint. Facing Sapphire Shore's law of lightning, Zhuowen felt like an ant facing an unreachable mountain. Swoosh! Elder Raiwa instantly flew to the explosion site of the Ice-Fire Palace. He waved his right hand, and the terrifying explosion energy was immediately wiped away. Then, an extremely miserable figure appeared. Bastard, bastard, I will definitely kill you. Yin Ruhua's face was as pale as snow. The law of smoke and fire surrounded his body. He had relied on the law of smoke and fire to resist the corrosion of the Ice-Fire Palace's explosion. If Elder Raiwa hadn't wiped away the explosion energy in time, Yin Ruhua would have been in grave danger. Elder Raiwa, where is that little bastard? You must kill him. Yin Ruhua naturally noticed Elder Raiwa, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Don't worry, this kid will definitely die. The people of the Blue Dragon Hall are here. Today, Zhuowen will die even if he doesn't. Elder Raiwa's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhuowen had killed many of his Burning Heaven sect members, and even destroyed Mu Qinshua's innocence. He wouldn't tolerate such an existence. Hearing this, Yin Ruhua also noticed the huge lightning cage that had formed in the distant sky. It's even better that the Blue Dragon Hall is here. I've heard that Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka. We don't need to take action, the Blue Dragon Hall will take action. I was too careless. I didn't expect Zhuowen to be so strong. Yin Ruhua's eyes flickered as he sighed. When the Burning Heaven sect came to the Divine Spectre realm, the Blue Dragon Hall had found them, and wanted to cooperate to deal with the Divine Academy and Zhuowen. However, the Burning Heaven sect had their own dignity. They naturally wouldn't cooperate with the Blue Dragon Hall to deal with Amir Jr. As for the Divine Academy, they wouldn't go against them. The Divine Academy's influence wasn't small, and the Burning Heaven sect had no enmity with them. Elder Raiwa naturally wouldn't be used by Sapphire Shore. The series of events that had just happened made Elder Raiwa furious. In the end, he summoned Sapphire Shore and the others. Elder Raiwa, I hope that we can cooperate happily. If we can kill that little bastard Zhuowen, the Blue Dragon Hall will definitely reward us greatly. Of course, if we can kill Yin Ji. Sapphire Shore led the 4 people behind him, and landed in front of Elder Raiwa and Yin Ruhua. His smile was like a spring breeze. Elder Raiwa sneered and said, Yin Ji is a heavenly saint. Even if we work together, we won't be able to kill him. At most, we can defeat him. Killing Zhuowen is more likely. Haha, I was just joking. Our main target this time is that Zhuowen. If he doesn't die, we won't be at ease. Sapphire Shore said with a faint smile. In the lightning prison, Yin Ji's face was extremely ugly. He said to Zhuowen with some anger, Zhuowen, you're too impulsive. Nothing will happen to Chen Shui if she's brought back to the Burning Heaven sect. Why did you chase after her? Now it's good. You've been schemed against by that old fox Sapphire Shore. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm. He said indifferently, humans aren't plants. How can we be emotionless? If Marshal Granduncle finds it troublesome, you don't have to care about me. No one can take Chen Shui away from me. Looking at the stubborn youth in front of them, Yin Ji and Xiao Yu both had complicated gazes. There was no doubt that today's situation was a hopeless situation. Sapphire Shore had brought 2 saints. Adding Elder Raiwa, there were 4 saints this time. And now they only had 1 saint, Yin Ji. It could be said that the disparity was extremely great. Let's delay it for a while. Jiang Xian and Wenbai are coming. Yin Ji said with a sigh. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He cupped his hands sincerely to Yin Ji and said, Many thanks, Marshal Granduncle Yin Ji. Although Yin Ji was complaining, he did not leave Zhuowen alone. This made Zhuowen feel a trace of warmth in his heart. Fine. You're an inner courtyard disciple after all. Moreover, you have the Ice Flame Saint rune on you. Adding on your relationship with Hantian, I have no choice but to save you. Yin Ji said somewhat helplessly. Outside the lightning prison, Sapphire Shore's gaze pierced through the lightning and landed on Zhuowen. He said, I'll keep Yin Ji busy. I'll leave that little bastard Zhuan to Elder Raiwa. Elder Linghua nodded and said, "Thank you, Temple Master Qing, for your generosity. Let's do it. Otherwise, the situation might change if we delay." As Sapphire Shore spoke, he dove into the lightning prison and shot towards Yanji. "Yanji, the battle last time was not satisfying enough. Let's do it again." Sapphire Shore laughed heartily. His domineering voice resounded throughout the lightning prison. "Sapphire Shore, you despicable and shameless bastard." Yanji's expression was ugly. 3 blazing suns surged out of his body once again. Together with the previous blazing sun, they formed 4 blazing suns. "Lightning prison break!" A thunderous voice resounded. The 4 blazing suns rose to the highest point and erupted with a dazzling radiance. Then, the surrounding lightning prison began to tremble violently. The 4 blazing suns became more and more terrifying. In the end, the lightning prison suddenly collapsed. Whoosh! The moment the lightning prison was broken, Sapphire Shore had already arrived above Yanji. With a squeeze of his right hand, lightning condensed and turned into a several 100-meter tall lightning mountain that came crashing down. Light! Yanji was not afraid. He raised his hands and threw out the 4 blazing suns one by one. The 4 blazing suns connected and collided with the lightning mountain. Rumble! Instantly, the entire sky was enveloped by light and lightning. It was as if at this moment, the only thing left in the world was the collision of these 2 energies. Whoosh! Elder Raiwa took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhuan in an instant. He looked down at Zhuan, as if he was looking at an ant. "You're called Zhuan, right? I won't kill you today, but I'll leave your nascent soul behind and bring it back to the Burning Heaven sect. I'll make you beg for death. Miss Chen Shui is the saintess of my Burning Heaven sect. Who do you think you are to be worthy of her? You even took her virginity. I won't kill you, but I'll make you beg for death." After Elder Raiwa finished speaking, the law of fire around his body erupted. A sea of fire filled the sky, covering the entire horizon. Although Elder Raiwa also grasped the law of fire, he was a peak profound sage powerhouse. The law of fire he displayed was much stronger than Xiao Yu's. In front of Elder Raiwa, Xiao Yu might not even be able to withstand a single move. Elder Raiwa formed a seal with his hands. The law of fire around his body condensed into a giant tower, which suddenly pressed down on Zhuan. Zhuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The pressure that Elder Raiwa gave him was too great. The pressure unique to sages made it difficult for Zhuan to move. Ice and Fire Palace. Zhuan gritted his teeth. The law of ice and the law of fire burst out from his eyes. The 2 laws combined with the dark cold poison and the 9 flames karmic fire to form the Ice and Fire Palace. The Ice and Fire Palace, which was several 100 meters tall, appeared behind Zhuan. The energy of ice and fire gushed out, outlining countless flowers of ice and fire. Rumble! Chapter 1407. I am the void, the gap is too big. Zhuan spat out a mouthful of blood as he watched the ice-fire palace crumble. He stumbled back, and his body almost exploded into a bloody mist. "No, Elder Raiwa. If you kill Zhuan, I won't live either." Mu Chenxue shouted from the phoenix silhouette. Her voice was filled with anxiety and anger. Elder Raiwa's movements paused as soon as she said this. The giant flaming tower stopped in midair. "Humph. Miss Chen Shui, you've only been bewitched by him. I'll kill him, and you'll forget him as time passes." Elder Raiwa coldly snorted. He pressed down with his right hand, and the giant flaming tower came crashing down like a mountain. Everywhere it passed, flames spread and engulfed Zhuan. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as a giant dragon 10,000 feet long flew out from Zhuan's body. Boom! The giant dragon struck out with its claw, striking the flaming tower. It actually caused the flaming tower to come to a halt. However, the giant dragon had to pay a price. Its claw was damaged by the law of fire and was burnt to a crisp. "Zhuan, let's go." Xiao Hei's deep voice rang out. He then bent down and lifted Zhuan up before flying into the distance. "Qing Hu Qing Xiang, the 2 of you stop Zhuan together." Sapphire Shore, who was fighting with Yanji, naturally saw the black dragon carrying Zhuan away. He could not help but order the other two saints of the Blue Dragon Hall. The two nodded and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Zhuowen and Xiaohei. You can't escape. Zhuowen will die today, Qing Hu said indifferently. He joined forces with Qing Xiang. Powerful saint energy surrounded them and formed a powerful invisible barrier in front of them. Rumble! Xiaohei swung her dragon tail. Like an earth-shattering whip, it came crashing down and smashed onto the barrier in front of her. Immediately, the barrier shook violently. However, it was unable to break through the barrier. Thud thud thud. Xiaohei took a few steps back and Zhuowen, who was on the dragon's body, looked extremely pale. He was still too weak against a saint. Crack! However, just as Xiaohei retreated, two other powerful auras suddenly appeared in front of her. These two auras were no weaker than Qing Hu and Qing Xiang from the Blue Dragon Hall. The other two powerful saint energies shot out like pillars of light and blasted onto the barrier, causing cracks to appear on the barrier's surface before it finally collapsed. Who is it? Qing Hu and Qing Xiang's expressions changed slightly, and they both took a few steps back. In the sky ahead, two stalwart figures rushed over. Martial granduncles Jiang Xian and Wen Bai. Looking at the two figures, Zhuowen coughed and said rather weakly, Blue Dragon Hall. You guys are too shameless. Wen Bai roared angrily and rushed toward Qing Hu and Qing Xiang. He had always been a hot-tempered person, and now that he found out that the Blue Dragon Hall had once again invaded the Divine Spectre realm and was targeting a junior like Zhuowen, one could imagine the anger in Wen Bai's heart. Jiang Xian did not speak, but from the saint energies that erupted from his body, one could tell that his mood was not much better than Wen Bai's. Qing Hu and Qing Xiang snorted coldly, but they were not afraid at all. They rushed out and rushed toward Wen Bai and Jiang Xian respectively. Boom boom boom. The four of them suddenly collided, and immediately after, an extremely powerful energy ripple erupted and spread out in all directions. It was as if the entire world was trembling. Go! The moment Qing Hu and Qing Xiang were entangled, Xiaohei roared and ran forward without stopping. After all, Elder Raiwa was chasing after her. If she did not run, would she be waiting for her death? Go! You won't be able to escape. Elder Raiwa chuckled coldly. Just now, Qing Hu and Qing Xiang's obstruction had allowed Elder Raiwa to completely catch up with Xiaohei and Zhuowen. He formed a seal with his hands again, and the law of fire surged. An endless sea of fire began to appear in the sky and spread out in all directions, instantly blocking Xiaohei's path. Die! At the same time, Elder Raiwa instantly appeared in front of Xiaohei. His right hand clenched in the air, and the rolling flames gathered and turned into a giant flaming hand that was thousands of feet long. It grabbed onto Xiaohei's dragon tail. The giant flaming hand exerted force, and then Xiaohei roared. Her huge dragon body trembled violently, and she was thrown to the ground by the giant flaming hand. Boom! Her huge dragon body smashed into the ground like a mountain, causing the entire ground to tremble violently, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Elder Raiwa's attack was too powerful. Xiaohei kept squirming on the ground, and the scales on her dragon body flipped, and blood flowed out of her body. Xiaohei! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. With a thought, he hurriedly recalled Xiaohei back to his sea of consciousness. With Xiaohei's current state, she could not continue fighting. Elder Raiwa was in the sea of fire, and he looked down at Zhuowen with disdain and pity in his eyes. Pitiful aunt, you will definitely die today. Elder Raiwa's majestic voice rang out. Then, he stomped his right foot in the air, and terrifying flames swept out, turning into a huge volcano. Rumble! The volcano fell toward Zhuowen like a meteorite. A terrifying pressure descended, causing Zhuowen's blood and qi to boil, making it difficult for him to move. It's over, Elder Raiwa said indifferently with his hands behind his back. No one below the Saint Realm would be able to withstand this attack. As far as he was concerned, Zhuowen would undoubtedly die. Hehe, this guy is dead for sure. Yen Ruhua, who was not far away, sneered when she saw this scene. The volcano that came crashing down contained all of Elder Raiwa's power of laws, not to mention those below the Sage Realm. Even sages who had just entered the profound Sage Realm would find it difficult to resist. Zhuowen had not become a Sage Realm expert, and he was only a 7th-level Great Emperor. So what if his combat strength was heaven-defying? In front of a sage, he was still an ant-like existence. Zhuowen could not withstand this attack. On the ground, Zhuowen's back was hunched, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. The terrifying pressure that came from above almost made him breathless. Zhuowen raised his head with difficulty and stared at the volcano that came crashing down from the sky. It was getting closer and closer, and the terrifying heat roasted the ground, causing waves of heat to rise. Under this high temperature, Zhuowen even felt his mouth and tongue go dry. Move! Move! Zhuowen roared unwillingly. His survival instinct made him constantly twist his muscles, but it was in vain. The volcano was getting closer and closer, but Zhuowen's consciousness became somewhat blurry. The terrifying temperature almost roasted him into a dry corpse. Even though Zhuowen tried his best to resist, he found that it was useless. What is the void? The void is me, and I am the void. In the desperate situation between life and death, Zhuowen suddenly calmed down. The scene that he had seen in the void stone tablet inexplicably appeared in his mind. The scene seemed to be rewinding, constantly flashing, and replaying in his head. It was extremely fast, replaying over and over again. The figure of a single person facing off against thousands of beasts was firmly imprinted in the depths of Zhuowen's mind. The void is illusory, and the laws of the void that are derived from it do not need to be grasped. Instead, they should be combined and mastered. Once you have the thought of grasping it, you will definitely fail. Suddenly, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. In the face of life and death, his mind worked very quickly. All the doubts that he had before became clear in this short moment. The laws of the void do not need to be grasped by the void. It only needs to be integrated into the void. The void is vast and boundless. How can a single person control it? Zhuowen muttered to himself. Soon after, he slowly closed his eyes. Strands of void power spread around his body. His aura and body became faintly discernible, as if he had disappeared into the void. Boom! The volcano landed and smashed into the ground. Immediately, the ground trembled violently. The wildfire spread thousands of feet wide, and flames soared into the sky. Under the impact of the flames, not even a blade of grass grew. Looks like this kid is dead for sure. Raiwa had his hands behind his back. His eyes narrowed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, his smile did not last for long. Soon after, a figure gradually appeared in the sky above the sea of fire. It was Zhuowen. I am the void and the void is me. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. The look of enlightenment in his eyes grew increasingly intense, like two small suns. What? How did this guy dodge my attack? Raiwa was stunned. Soon after, his face turned slightly ugly. After all, he was a peak profound sage expert. Attacking a junior, who had yet to enter the sage realm, should have been a one-hit kill. But now his attack was actually futile. Naturally, he felt that he had lost face. You die. Raiwa coldly snorted. His hands formed a seal, and the laws of fire burst out. The terrifying volcano once again condensed and blasted towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were still blurred. He still did not move. The moment the volcano approached, he slowly integrated into the void. The volcano once again missed, as if it had pierced through an illusion. What's going on? This guy. Linghe frowned slightly. At this moment, Zhuowen's condition was simply too strange. He had clearly not done anything, but he was like a phantom that had disappeared into the void. Linghe's attack was completely ineffective. That's the laws of the void? Not far away, the seriously injured Xiao Yu also saw Zhuowen's strange state. His eyes widened, and his expression changed. At this moment, Zhuowen was very similar to Yuan Ji. No, he hasn't completely comprehended the essence of the void, but he's already very close. Yan Ji and Qing Yuan had stopped fighting at this moment. Yan Ji descended beside Xiao Yu and looked at Zhuowen, who was in a state of sudden enlightenment, with pleasant surprise in his eyes. The laws of the void. Sapphire Shore narrowed his eyes, his expression somewhat ugly. He could not help but think of the figure, who had also comprehended the laws of the void, and caused a ruckus in the Blue Dragon Hall of the Dragon Wasteland. The laws of the void are not so easy to comprehend. This kid won't succeed. Sapphire Shore muttered to himself as if to comfort him. I don't believe that you can dodge all my attacks. Raiwa coldly snorted. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, Fire rain. Chapter 1408. Exchange. The range of the rain of fire was extremely large. It practically enveloped the entire area where Zhuowen could appear. Under the rain of fire, Zhuowen repeatedly escaped into the void. The power of laws lingered around him. This power of laws belonged to the void. Buzz buzz buzz. Immediately, the space in front of Zhuowen completely collapsed. The rain of fire that was rushing towards Zhuowen seemed to have stopped in time. It was completely still in the collapsed space. What kind of law is this? Raiwa frowned. He looked at this scene in astonishment. Clearly, he had never seen the laws of the void before. Rumble. Afterwards, Raiwa was shocked to discover that the power of laws around Zhuowen was growing stronger and stronger. As the power of laws grew stronger, the surrounding space began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. I am the void. A distant voice rang out in all directions. Zhuowen took a step forward and disappeared into the void, as if he had evaporated from the world. When Zhuowen reappeared, he was already behind Raiwa. Afterwards, Zhuowen clenched his right hand. Immediately, a terrifying pressure appeared around Raiwa. Bang bang bang. This pressure was very terrifying. The space around Raiwa completely collapsed. The power generated from the collapse was extremely destructive. It was like a prison that trapped Raiwa within. He comprehended it. Zhuowen has comprehended the laws of the void. Yanji and Xiaoyu exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. After Yuanji, another person from their divine academy, had comprehended the laws of the void. Floating nearby, Sapphire Shore's expression was extremely ugly. After Yuanji had caused a ruckus in the Blue Dragon Hall, he had a deep impression of the laws of the void. Or perhaps it could be said that he hated them to the core. The void law was one of the top laws among the many laws. It could be said to be an extremely shameless law. This was because a martial artist who had grasped the law of the void could enter the void at any time. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast, much faster than a martial artist who had grasped the law of the wind. Back then, Yuanji had only just entered the profound sage realm. In terms of combat power, he wasn't a match for Sapphire Shore, but by relying on the law of the void, he made it difficult for Sapphire Shore to attack Yuanji. In the end, Yuanji left after causing a ruckus in the Blue Dragon Hall. This kid can't be left alive. Otherwise, he'll be a huge problem when he becomes a saint. Sapphire Shore narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of coldness. His heart was filled with killing intent. At this moment, his desire to kill Zhuowen burned even more fiercely. Thousands of miles away, on top of Aoyuan Peak in excellent divine college, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky like a fire dragon. It was as if it wanted to dye the entire sky red. This is the fire beacon of Aoyuan Peak? The pillar of fire that shot up into the sky immediately attracted the attention of countless disciples of the college. Many of them were so shocked that they stood up one after another. The reason was none other than the fact that the fire beacon had risen from Aoyuan Peak. As everyone knew, if one wanted to ignite the fire beacon of the 9 main peaks, one had to cultivate the strongest technique of their respective peak. The strongest technique of Aoyuan Peak was called the Void Immortal Scripture, and it was contained in the Void Steel. For hundreds of years, Aoyuan Peak had never ignited the fire beacon. The only time it had happened was hundreds of years ago. A genius named Yuanji had successfully comprehended the Void Immortal Scripture, comprehending the law of the void, and became famous overnight. Hundreds of years later, the fire beacon of Aoyuan Peak was ignited again, and the entire 9 peaks were shaken. Someone has successfully comprehended the Void Immortal Scripture? The other peak masters of the 9 peaks rushed out one after another, staring at the fire beacon on Aoyuan Peak in horror. Their mouths were wide open, and they didn't know what to say. The disciples of Aoyuan Peak were even more shocked. Lu Qing, the pro-disciple, stood in front of the wooden house, staring blankly at the fire beacon. She was speechless for a long time. Could it be Zhuowen? After coming back to her senses, Lu Qing murmured in a low voice, and a figure appeared in her mind. It seems that you little bastard have comprehended an incredible law. But after all, you haven't become a saint. How can you fight with me? Raiwa's eyes were gloomy. He felt the pressure of the collapsing void around him. He snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Wildfire incinerates the 9 heavens. As soon as he said this, the law of fire in his hands became more and more terrifying. Eventually, the flames raged, and the collapsing void completely collapsed under the power of the flames. Die! Raiwa kicked out and rushed toward Zhuowen. The boundless sea of fire swept out and covered the space around Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked indifferent. He kicked the void and disappeared into the sea of fire like a phantom. When he reappeared, he was right behind Yin Ruhua. Bastard! Yin Ruhua's pupil shrank. He turned around and saw Zhuowen. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He kicked his feet and retreated. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, the void around Yin Ruhua began to collapse layer by layer, forming a cube. Damn it, break! Yin Ruhua cursed in a low voice. The law of fire swept out and bombarded the surrounding void power. He found that the collapsing void was so tough that he could not break it. Swoosh! While Yin Ruhua was constantly bombarding the surrounding void power, Zhuowen instantly swept in front of him and punched him hard in the lower abdomen. Puff! Yin Ruhua's back was bent like a cooked shrimp. This punch contained an extremely powerful void power. Yin Ruhua felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. Little bastard, how dare you! Elder Raiwa finally reacted. He roared and rushed toward Zhuowen. The terrifying law of fire swept out, trying to stop Zhuowen from moving further. Yin Ruhua, the holy son of the Burning Heaven sect, will die today. Zhuowen lifted Yin Ruhua with his right hand and immediately escaped into the void, avoiding Elder Raiwa's attack. Although Zhuowen had comprehended the law of void, his strength was not enough to fight against a saint. Facing Elder Raiwa head-on was simply courting death. Little bastard, do you only know how to run away? Elder Spiritfire was so angry that he was going crazy. Zhuowen's style of shooting here, and there was really too shameless. Zhuowen carried Yin Ruhua and instantly came to Mu Qinxue, who was on the phoenix's shadow. He struck out with his right hand, trying to annihilate the saint power surrounding Mu Qinxue. Boom! Then, Zhuowen frowned as he realized that his strength was unable to destroy the saint power surrounding Mu Qinxue. Hehe, you are not a saint yet. It is impossible for you to break through Elder Raiwa's power. You are delusional. Yin Ruhua sneered with a vicious gaze. Slap! Zhuowen slapped Yin Ruhua's right cheek, causing his cheek to swell. Yin Ruhua spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few teeth. You dared to hit me? How dare you? Yin Ruhua was a little stunned. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had always been crowned as a genius. He had never suffered any major setbacks, let alone being slapped by anyone. Slap! Another resounding slap. Zhuowen mercilessly left a deep palm print on Yin Ruhua's left cheek. You are very noisy. If you continue to be noisy, I don't mind crippling you. Zhuowen's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes contained a strong killing intent, causing Yin Ruhua to abruptly swallow back the words he was about to curse. Zhuowen, it's useless. Elder Raiwa is a powerhouse of the fragmented Profound Sage realm. He has already stepped into the peak of the Profound Sage realm. It is almost impossible for you to break through his shackles. Mu Qinxue was a little anxious and continued. You should leave. I will be fine when I return to the Burning Heaven sect. Fine. I don't believe it. Have you forgotten who my mother is? The matter between you and me has already spread in the Burning Heaven sect. How can you be fine when you return? Zhuowen sighed. Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes contained traces of mist. At the same time, she was touched. Zhuowen was willing to risk his life for her. How could she not be touched? However, she was more worried. After all, Elder Raiwa wasn't an ordinary sage. Facing such a powerful enemy, it would be very difficult for Zhuowen to defeat Raiwa. Boom! A terrifying wave of fire swept out from behind him, causing Zhuo Wen's gaze to be piercingly cold. Then he suddenly fled into the void, disappearing from where he stood. The attack from behind him immediately missed. Several hundred meters away, Zhuowen raised Yen Ruhua and said, "If you don't want Yen Ruhua to die, I think you'd better not act impulsively." The angry elder Raiwa's face suddenly turned sluggish. Looking at the extremely weak Yen Ruhua, he coldly said, "Yen Ruhua is the holy son of the Burning Heaven sect. If you kill him, then you won't rest until you die." "Ridiculous. Your Burning Heaven sect can kill me. Don't tell me I can't kill your Burning Heaven sect's people?" Zhuowen sneered. "Then what do you want?" Elder Raiwa coldly said, "Release Chen Shue's shackles, and I will return this waste to you." Zhuowen pointed at Yen Ruhua and said. These words immediately made Yen Ruhua spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the dignified holy son of the Burning Heaven sect, but he was actually called a waste by Zhuowen. This was really infuriating and hateful. Elder Raiwa's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "All right, as long as you don't kill Ruhua." After saying this, Elder Raiwa came to Mu Qinshua's side and patted the latter's back with his right hand. Suddenly, the saint energy surrounding Mu Qinshua disappeared, and the latter also regained her freedom. "Can you release Ruhua now?" Elder Raiwa coldly said. "Let Chen Shui come over first." Zhuowen indifferently said. Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and said, "I hope you don't play any tricks." After he finished speaking, Elder Linghua stood to the side. Mu Qinshui glared at Elder Linghua hatefully. Then with a kick of her jade-like foot, she flew towards Zhuowen. "Can you release him now?" Elder Raiwa coldly said. Zhuowen slightly knitted his brows. He didn't go back on his words. With a flick of his right hand, Yen Ruhua was thrown towards Elder Raiwa like trash. So, Mu Qinshui was like an otherworldly lotus flower, as she arrived in front of Zhuowen. "Qinshui, let's go. Let's leave this place and go far away." Zhuowen pulled Mu Qinshui's jade-like hand and said excitedly, I'll follow you far away," Mu Qinshui said with a slight nod. Boom! However, when Zhuowen was about to leave with Mu Qinshui, a terrifying law of fire came out of Mu Qinshui's body. Like a rope, it completely wrapped around Zhuowen. Chapter 1409. Zhou Tianzonghem? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had never expected Mu Qinshui to release such terrifying laws of fire. He was actually bound by the laws of fire. Zhuowen. Mu Qinshui was dumbstruck as her body trembled. She had never expected something like this to happen. She was unable to react in time. "Elder Raiwa, you're despicable." After returning to her senses, Mu Qinshui glared at Raiwa, who had caught the smoke of fire. Her body trembled as she spoke in an extremely furious voice. Probably only a saint like Elder Raiwa could use such powerful laws of fire. Moreover, Elder Raiwa was the only person who had come into contact with Mu Qinshui. It was not difficult to guess that Elder Raiwa had hidden the power of the laws of fire on Mu Qinshui. When Mu Qinshui approached Zhuowen, she had used the power of the laws of fire to bind Zhuowen. Despicable and shameless, Yan Ji and Xiao Yu said at the same time. Yan Ji wanted to go and support Zhuowen, but he was stopped by Sapphire Shore. "Yan Ji, don't ignore me," Sapphire Shore said indifferently. Yan Ji's eyes darkened as he said, "Sapphire Shore, piss off." With that, Yan Ji did not waste any more words. The 4 blazing suns above his head illuminated the ground with their scorching light. The laws of light revolved around them as they charged toward Sapphire Shore. Sapphire Shore sneered. He was not afraid. Endless lightning spread as he met Yan Ji's attack head-on. The battle between the 2 heavenly saints was practically earth-shattering, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Elder Raiwa walked over step by step. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "I finally caught you. You seem to have comprehended some kind of extraordinary law just now. You're quite good at running away. However, it's all over now. Elder Raiwa, please let go of Zhuowen. I will follow you back to the Burning Heaven sect." Mu Qinshui stood in front of Zhuowen and said, "Young Miss Qinshui, if you kill this Zhuowen, I can also bring you back to the Burning Heaven sect." Elder Raiwa shook his head and stretched out his right hand. The saint energy condensed from the precept of fire shot out like a rope, attempting to bind Mu Qinshui. I said let Zhuowen go. Mu Qinshua's eyes became even colder. Then, a phoenix mark appeared between her eyebrows. This mark was emitting a blazing light. An extremely frightening aura flowed out from the phoenix mark. Under this aura, the phoenix illusion brought about by the spiritual fire started to become restless and uneasy, emitting a somewhat frightened cry. The moment this aura was released, Raiwa and Yin Ruhua's expressions changed. Raiwa turned pale with fright as he said, "Young Miss Chen Shui, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Zhuowen, who was originally bound by the precept of fire, also felt the terrifying aura coming from Mu Qinshua's body. This aura was so terrifying that Zhuowen's heart faintly trembled. It was as if something in Mu Qinshua's body was awakening at this moment. "Is there something in Chen Shui's body?" Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His heart was filled with shock. "If you don't stop now, I will protect Zhuowen even if I reach nirvana transformation." Mu Qinshu coldly said, This aura." Sapphire Shore and Yin Ji, who were fighting, also stopped fighting. The two of them looked at Mu Qinshu in surprise. This little girl is not simple. No wonder the welcoming team is so strong. It's clear that the Burning Heaven sect values her greatly. Yin Ji revealed a look of surprise. Although Sapphire Shore did not say anything, it could be seen from his expression that his mood was similar to Yin Ji's. "Ai, young Miss Chen Shui, this child is not worth it for you to do this for him, right? You are trading your life for his." Elder Raiwa said with a sigh, "Whether it's worth it or not isn't up to you to decide." Mu Qinshu shook her head. The aura around her body became more and more terrifying. The phoenix mark on her forehead seemed like it wanted to break free, as it released a blazing light. "Chen Shui, don't cause trouble." Suddenly, a sonorous voice boomed in the sky. A terrifying sea of fire surged in the sky, finally converging into an extremely majestic figure. This figure was formed from black flames, and it had the appearance of a middle-aged man. Its eyes were pitch black, and it had an unquestionable dignity. Moreover, the aura around this figure was very strong, being even more terrifying than Elder Raiwa's aura. "Greetings, Sect Master." Elder Raiwa and Yin Ruhua's eyes slightly narrowed before they respectfully bowed to this figure. "Sect Master? Burning Heaven Sect's Sect Master?" Zhuowen's eyes slightly narrowed as he stared right at this giant figure. Without knowing why, he felt that just based on the aura of this Burning Heaven Sect's Sect Master, it was not weaker than Yin Ji or Sapphire Shore. Could it be that the strength of the Burning Heaven Sect's Sect Master was above Yin Ji and Sapphire Shore's? This fellow Zhou Tianzong's strength has increased again. Just his law clone has the strength of the Yin Sky Sacred Realm, so his main body should be at least in the Yang Sky Sacred Realm. He truly is a terrifying fellow. Sapphire Shore's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the giant figure formed from black flames with fear. Mu Qinshua's delicate body slightly trembled. Her beautiful eyes stared at the giant figure in the sky as she clenched her fists. Zhuowen could clearly feel the fear on Mu Qinshua's body. She was currently trembling out of fear. Could it be because of the Burning Heaven Sect Master? Zhou Tianzong nodded at Raiwa and Yin Ruhua before his pitch-black eyes fell on Mu Qinshu. "Chen Shui, how long are you going to fool around? You've been in the eastern lands for long enough. Come back to the sect with this lord," Zhou Tianzong said calmly. Mu Qinshua's delicate body trembled even more violently when she heard this. She bit her lower lip and said in a deep voice, "No, I'm not going back, nor do I want to go back." Zhou Tianzong fell silent. His eyes narrowed as he looked deeply at Mu Qinshu. "I heard that you fell in love with a Ryuka descendant called Zhuowen. Is it this brat?" After saying this, Zhou Tianzong's deep eyes slightly shifted and fell on Zhuowen. "I heard that you're a Ryuka descendant. I wonder what's your relationship with that Long Xiaotian? That lowly guy did many good things in the past," Zhou Tianzong said calmly. "What qualifications do you have to call my father a lowly guy? Who do you think you are?" Zhuowen said with some annoyance. Zhou Tianzong's eyes became deeper as he laughed. "Ha ha, so it's like this. You're actually the son of that Long Xiaotian. You really are a bastard." "Bastard?" Zhuowen was unable to restrain his anger as he roared like a mad lion. "I don't have time to care about ants like you. Chen Shui, come with me. There are many things in the sect that require your help. Zhou Tianzong's face became serious. With a wave of his sleeve, a black flame filled the air and fell on Mu Qinshua's body. This black flame was very strange. When it fell on Mu Qinshua's body, it immediately suppressed the powerful aura coming from Mu Qinshua's body. The mark on her forehead also gradually dimmed before it disappeared. Then, Zhou Tianzong curled his right finger, and the black flame carried Mu Qinshui in his direction. Qinshui. Zhuowen stared at the beautiful figure that was gradually disappearing. His fists were tightly clenched. His heart was filled with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. What a pity. You can't even protect the person you like. I think it's better if you kill yourself. Yin Ruhua coldly mocked from the side. Shut up. No one can take Chen Shui from my hands. Zhuowen suddenly shouted out loudly. Soon after, a token had appeared in his palm at an unknown time. The token had the imprint of a dragon carved on it. Kid, you want to use the Azure Dragon token to summon the Azure Dragon Palace? This thing is an immortal sacred artifact. If it's recognized, you don't need to stay in the 9 Nether Realm anymore. At that time, you'll definitely become a target for everyone. The moment Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon token, Xiao He in his sea of consciousness suddenly shouted out. The Azure Dragon Palace was Zhuowen's biggest trump card. After passing through the second layer of heaven, Zhuowen had 3 chances to summon the Azure Dragon Palace. Of course, with Zhuowen's current level, it was impossible for him to fully display the power of the Azure Dragon Palace. But even if it was a part of its power, it was still extremely terrifying. I can't care that much. Today, I won't let Chen Shui go, even if it's the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect. Zhuowen roared in a low voice, like a crazy beast. With a pinch of his right hand, the Azure Dragon token instantly exploded with an extremely terrifying light. This guy, what is he doing? This light was extremely dazzling, almost illuminating the entire sky of the divine Nether Realm. Elder Raiwa and Yen Ruhua were the closest to each other, so they couldn't help but cover their eyes to block this strong light. Oh, a heaven-shaking dragon roar came from the depths of the ground. Following that, the ground of the entire divine Nether Realm began to tremble. Moreover, the frequency of the trembling became higher and higher, as if something was surging out from below. Boom. Following that, the rest of the people were shocked to find that the ground beneath Zhuowen's feet began to crack. A large hall emerged from the ground, carrying Zhuowen as it slowly floated up. This hall was extremely large, even larger than Xiao Hei's dragon body. Surrounding the hall was a huge pale white dragon. This huge dragon was coiled up, without any signs of life, but its aura was extremely terrifying. It was this huge pale white dragon that was carrying the hall up into the sky. This hall's aura is so terrifying. Elder Raiwa's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself. Zhou Tianzong's eyes narrowed. He never thought that Zhuowen would suddenly summon a large hall. Moreover, the aura on the surface of this hall actually moved even him. Could this hall be a sacred weapon? And it's at least a ascended sacred weapon? Zhou Tianzong's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. It's at least a ascended sacred weapon? Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. Whether it was Elder Raiwa, Sapphire Shore or even Yin Ji, they all revealed a look of shock. A ascended sacred weapon was already an extremely rare existence in the Eastern Land. As for a ascended sacred weapon, it was probably even rarer. In the entire 9th Netherworld realm, perhaps only the Blue Dragon Hall and Fine Theology Academy had it. Moreover, it was the lowest level of ascended sacred weapon. Everyone could feel that the hall in front of them was extraordinary. Even if it was a ascended sacred weapon, it was probably a top-notch existence. Chapter 14:10. Black flame brush. As soon as the Azure Dragon Hall appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Mu Qinshui, who was originally surrounded by black flames and brought towards Zhou Tianzong's figure, stopped under this pressure. Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Interesting. However, how much power can an ant like you, who has yet to reach the saint realm, bring out of a saint artifact?" As he spoke, Zhou Tianzong flipped his right hand, and a writing brush with black flames appeared in his right palm. The brush was several feet long, and there was a wisp of black flame burning at the tip of the brush. The darkness in the flame seemed so profound and extraordinary. Black flame brush? The sect master actually used the dark flame brush. Is this hall really that extraordinary? Raiwa and Yin Ruhua looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The black flame brush was famous in the Burning Heaven sect. It was Zhou Tianzong's personal saint artifact, and its grade had reached the profound saint artifact level. Its power was vast and extremely terrifying. Zhou Tianzong would not easily reveal such a saint artifact. He would only use it when he encountered a strong opponent. There was no doubt that the hall that Zhuowen had summoned was absolutely extraordinary. It made Zhou Tianzong so cautious. Whoosh! The Azure Dragon Hall's speed was extremely fast. It shot out explosively towards Mu Qinshui. Zhou Tianzong held the black flame brush in his hand and drew a line in the air. Endless black flames covered the sky and smashed down towards the Azure Dragon Hall. Roar! The moment the black flames reached the Azure Dragon Hall, the originally lifeless pale white dragon roared at the sky. It opened its mouth and spat out pale white flames. The black and white flames collided in the air and exploded into black and white colors. A terrifying temperature spread, and the entire land of the Divine Spectre realm was roasted. The divine river that traversed the entire Divine Spectre realm evaporated a lot of water vapor. The rapid flow of water evaporated almost half of it. The living beings in the Divine Spectre realm were also deeply affected. They all hid and looked at the black and white flames that covered the entire sky with reverence. As long as one was not a fool, one would know that this was the power of a saint. Only a saint could create such a terrifying destructive power. In the Divine Academy, other than the mysterious Underworld Peak and the mysterious Origin Peak, the other 7 peak masters were gathered together. The 7 of them had solemn gazes as they formed seals with their hands. Waves of energy burst out from their bodies. Outside the entire Excellent God Academy, an extremely terrifying and thick defensive barrier appeared. The energy ripples from a battle between saints were extremely terrifying. If they did not set up a defensive barrier in advance, just the aftershocks alone would be able to injure many disciples who were not strong enough. That's the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect? When I saw the Burning Heaven sect's sect master, I didn't expect that even such an existence would come. The peak master of the Great Void Peak, Shi Tianhua, who was dressed as a Taoist, looked into the distance. When he saw the huge shadow formed by countless black flames, he could not help but exclaim in shock. Even the Burning Heaven sect's sect master has come. It seems that girl Mu Qinshui will definitely be brought back to the Burning Heaven sect. But what happened to that kid Zhuowen? The peak master of the Great Jade Peak, Ci Yuyin, asked with her beautiful eyes slightly knitted. Ai, Zhuowen and Qinshui are an extremely promising pair in the inner court. But speaking of which, the Burning Heaven sect behind that girl Qinshui is a bit stronger than the Blue Dragon Hall. I'm afraid that the Burning Heaven sect's sect master will not agree to their relationship. The carefree Lu Yuanhua shook his head, and a trace of a sigh appeared in his eyes. That hall was summoned by that kid Zhuowen? Soon, the attention of the 7 peak masters was focused on the Azure Dragon Hall that had burst out from the depths of the earth. They happened to see the pale flames spat out by the pale dragons around the Azure Dragon Hall collide with the black flames shot out by the black flame brush in Zhou Tianzong's hand. The 2 black and white cycled, forming an extremely terrifying mixed energy. To be able to fight against Zhou Tianzong, what level of sacred weapon is this hall? This Zhuowen actually has such a thing. The 7 peak masters were also shocked. They opened their mouths, not knowing what to say. Boom! The black flames and white flames were in a stalemate for a moment before they were completely annihilated. Zhuowen, who was standing at the top of the Azure Dragon Hall, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale. Kid, with your current cultivation, it's a bit difficult to support such a terrifying sacred weapon like the Azure Dragon Hall. I advise you to quickly stop and leave this place. With the Azure Dragon Hall, you can completely escape this place. In his mind, Xiao Hei's sigh sounded. We'll talk after I bring Qinshui back, Zhuowen said in a deep voice through gritted teeth. There was a trace of an unquestionable tone in his voice. Xiao Hei's voice froze, but seeing the stubbornness in Zhuowen's eyes, she did not say anything else. However, it was very worried about Zhuowen's current situation. Originally, Zhuowen had already suffered heavy injuries, and now that he had to control a colossus like the Azure Dragon Palace, his consumption could be said to be extremely terrifying. So, the Azure Dragon Hall was like a hot knife through butter, quickly reaching Mu Qinshue's side. At this moment, Mu Qinshui was surrounded by countless black flames, unable to move at all. Ow! With a thought from Zhuowen, the pale giant dragon spat out white flames again. These white flames surrounded Mu Qinshue's body, completely destroying the surrounding black flames. Qinshui! Zhuowen's eyes lit up. His right hand reached out towards Mu Qinshui, wanting to firmly grab her. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the Azure Dragon Hall suddenly shook violently. Zhuowen staggered and the Azure Dragon Hall retreated, leaving the area where Mu Qinshui was. Little bastard! What qualifications do you have to touch my burning heaven sex saintess? Zhou Tianzong's eyes were indifferent. With a wave of his right hand, the black flame brush turned several hundred feet long and instantly charged into the Azure Dragon Hall. Drawing stroke after stroke in the air, the raging black flames burned, causing the Azure Dragon Hall to continuously retreat. Block it for me! Zhuowen suppressed the injuries all over his body and poured power into the Azure Dragon Hall, without any regard for his life. Instantly, the pale giant dragon seemed to have come alive. Its huge dragon body began to surge and white flames filled the air, blocking the attack of the black flame brush. However, Zhuowen was not having a good time. Every time the black flame brush attacked, it would consume a lot of his energy, making him even worse. Zhuowen! Mu Qinshui's face changed. She took a step forward and flew towards the Azure Dragon Hall. Earlier, when Zhuowen activated the white flames, it had already completely unsealed the black flames on her body. Thus she had also completely regained her freedom. Qinshui, come back! Zhou Tianzong's eyes flashed, and a wisp of black flame shot out like a black python. It flew towards Mu Qinshui, wanting to imprison her again. I'm not going back! Mu Qinshui shouted. The golden flames around her body flew out in an attempt to resist the black flames. However, the golden flames in her body could not withstand a single blow from the black flames. In just an instant it collapsed. Then, the black flames were like a snake that coiled around Mu Qinshui. Boom! However, when the black flames completely enveloped Mu Qinshui, a gust of wind suddenly swept over from the distance. Then, a hand grabbed Mu Qinshui's shoulder and brought her out of the range of the black flames. Who is it? The figure came quickly and left quickly. Like a gust of wind, he left the range of the black flames. Zhou Tianzong's eyes narrowed. His expression was extremely cold as he stared at the figure that had suddenly appeared. The figure was dressed in white. He was around 30 years old and had a handsome face. His eyes were as bright as the stars shining brightly. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's eyes gathered on the figure. However, most of their eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly, it was their first time seeing this person. However, when Zhuowen, who was in the Azure Dragon Hall, saw the figure, his eyes suddenly lit up. He exclaimed in a low voice, "Father!" That's right. The middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared in front of him was Long Xiaotian, who had been trapped in the 18th level of the dungeon. When Zhuowen had given the seal of the Law of Wind to Zhuowen, he had left the Black Dragon Empire and headed to the 9 Netherworld realm. After several years, Long Xiaotian had finally made a breakthrough and successfully came out of the 18th level of the dungeon. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that Long Xiaotian's aura was extremely strong. His body was filled with saint force. His cultivation had actually reached the profound sage realm. Your father's talent is not bad. Not only did he successfully comprehend the law of wind, but he also became a saint because of it, Xiao Hei said emotionally in his knowledge sea. Long Xiaotian smiled at Zhuowen in the Azure Dragon Hall. He immediately let go of Mu Qinshui's right hand and carefully looked at Mu Qinshui. He nodded and said, Not bad. My son has good taste. My future daughter-in-law is really beautiful. Mu Qinshua's beautiful eyes narrowed. She looked at Long Xiaotian with some doubt and said, Senior, are you Zhuowen's father, Long Xiaotian? Long Xiaotian laughed and said, Little girl, you are very smart. However, I am not called Zhuo Xiaotian now, but Long Xiaotian. For you to do this for that boy Zhuowen, as his father, I am extremely gratified. Hearing this, Mu Qinshua's cheeks blushed and she said in a low voice, Uncle is overpraising me. Actually, I didn't do anything. I didn't help Zhuowen in any way. Long Xiaotian waved his hand and said, For now, let's go to the Azure Dragon Hall where Zhuowen is. This place is extremely dangerous, and we can't stay here for long. After saying this, Long Xiaotian grabbed Mu Qinshua's shoulder, and the law of wind rushed out of his body. Then he brought Mu Qinshuo to the Azure Dragon Hall like the wind. You want to take young Miss Qinshui away? I think you're dreaming. Elder Raiwa coldly snorted and instantly blocked in front of Long Xiaotian. With a blast of his right hand, the law of fire condensed into a long spear that was 3 meters long. He suddenly threw it, stabbing at Long Xiaotian's vitals. Long Xiaotian was not afraid. He condensed the law of wind in his right hand and formed a wind shield in front of him. Bang! Long Xiaotian and Elder Raiwa both retreated several dozen steps. The law of wind that they had condensed just now also collapsed in the air. Fight! Elder Raiwa suddenly rushed in front of Long Xiaotian. The law of fire revolved around him, and like a storm, he threw punch after punch at Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian frowned slightly under Elder Raiwa's attack and retreated. The law of wind and the law of fire erupted, forming a terrifying storm. Swoosh! Chapter 14:11. Controlling the Azure Dragon Hall. Qinshui. You should return to the Burning Heaven sect with us. It's better not to mix with these people. Yen Ruhua's right hand formed a palm, and with a burst of palm energy, he hit the back of Mu Qinshua's head. Mu Qinshua's body stiffened before she slowly fell to the ground and fainted. Yen Ruhua caught her. He controlled his strength very well, and did not hurt Mu Qinshui in the slightest. Ruhua, bring young Miss Qinshui to the sect master. Elder Raiwa suddenly shouted. Yen Ruhua nodded and took a step forward. The law of smoke and fire lingered around his legs as countless fireworks exploded. His speed instantly increased, and he became as fast as lightning. Long Xiaotian frowned. He did not expect Yen Ruhua to take Mu Qinshui away at this moment. Wind. Thinking of this, Long Xiaotian took a step forward. Wind whistled around him as he moved at an extreme speed, trying to shake off Elder Raiwa in front of him. You want to shake me off? No way. Elder Raiwa gave a cold laugh. He formed a seal with his right hand, and flames formed a thick wall of fire in the sky, blocking in front of him. Two-headed nether dragon. Long Xiaotian roared, and a dragon's roar came from within his body. A giant two-headed dragon that was several thousand feet long leaped out. Its body was filled with the aura of the netherworld as it blocked Elder Raiwa's path. Dragon soul? You're also a dragon soul cultivator? Elder Raiwa's pupil shrank. He threw a punch at the two-headed nether dragon. The wind from his fist exploded and flames filled the sky as they swept out. Roar! The two-headed nether dragon roared and swung its tail at Elder Raiwa's fist. With a loud explosion, both Elder Raiwa and the two-headed nether dragon were pushed back at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. On the other hand, Long Xiaotian's speed did not decrease at all as he threw out punch after punch. What made him frown slightly was that the wall of fire in front of him was extremely tough. His fists were actually unable to shake it. You're just a guy who has just entered the profound sage realm. Do you really think that you can break the wall of fire I created? When Elder Raiwa saw this scene, his eyes were full of ridicule. He was a peak profound sage, while Long Xiaotian had probably just broken through to the profound sage realm. There was still a gap between the two of them. He didn't think that Long Xiaotian could easily break through his firewall. Darkness. Long Xiaotian took a deep breath. He clenched his right hand, and a black hemisphere appeared in his palm. Then he pressed his right hand against the wall of fire. Hiss! Darkness spread out like a shadow, covering the entire wall of fire. Then, All the flames on the wall of fire were enveloped by the darkness and extinguished. Break! Long Xiaotian indifferently spat out this word. Then, he slammed his right palm against the wall of fire, causing it to collapse. Long Xiaotian's momentum didn't decrease at all as he stepped out of the dust and turned into a gust of wind. This guy has mastered 2 kinds of laws? Elder Raiwa's pupil shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The gap between a sage who had mastered 2 kinds of laws and a sage who had mastered 1 kind of law could be said to be very big. Although Long Xiaotian had just entered the profound sage realm, and Elder Raiwa was already at the peak of the profound sage realm, the former had comprehended 2 kinds of laws, while the latter had only comprehended 1 kind of law. Moreover, it was the ordinary law of fire. There was no doubt that the difference in strength between the 2 of them wouldn't be that big. On the contrary, Long Xiaotian might even have a certain advantage. After all, the law of darkness that he had comprehended was extraordinary. Damn it, how is this guy so fast? Yen Ruhua naturally felt the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He turned his head slightly and saw Long Xiaotian rushing over from behind. He was shocked and said in a panic, "Sect Master, give me a hand." Zhou Tianzong, who was originally commanding the Black Flame Brush to attack the Azure Dragon Hall, naturally saw Yen Ruhua and Long Xiaotian chasing after each other. Zhou Tianzong's eyes flickered when he saw the 2-headed nether dragon. He said, "Another dragon soul cultivator?" Thinking of this, Zhou Tianzong waved his sleeve and separated a wisp of black flame, which flew toward Long Xiaotian. The black flame turned into a black light that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The black flame continued to burn, looking exceptionally terrifying. Whoosh! The black flame python was very fast, and it instantly arrived in front of Long Xiaotian, causing the latter's expression to change slightly. The law of darkness condensed in his right hand, forming a black blade that was several meters long. He fiercely slashed out and slashed at the black flame. Bang! As soon as the black blade and the black flame collided, Long Xiaotian's pupil shrank. A terrifying force came from his hands, and he was forced to retreat. The blood in his body boiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! The black flame was too terrifying, and Long Xiaotian no longer dared to face it head-on. The law of wind gathered in his body, and he retreated like a gust of wind. His speed was extremely fast, and he managed to avoid the pursuit of the black flame. Dragon Soul Cultivator who became a saint through 2 laws. Your talent is not bad. What is your name? Zhou Tianzong controlled the Black Flame Brush to bombard the Azure Dragon Hall, and at the same time, reserved some strength to look at Long Xiaotian, and asked indifferently. At this moment, Yen Ruhua had already brought Mu Qinxue to Zhou Tianzong's side. A terrifying black flame surrounded the 2 of them, protecting them in the middle. Zhou Xiaotian raised his head slightly and stared at Zhou Tianzong with hatred. He said, "Is Xiao okay?" Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of an arc. He said, "So that's how it is. You are Long Xiaotian. In the past, I heard from Fenju and Funri that the man Xiao fell in love with was from a lowly little dynasty, a small force that didn't even have the qualifications to enter the 9 netherworld realm. I really didn't expect that a dragon soul martial artist with the talent to become a saint like you would appear in such a lowly little force. It's truly extremely rare." Long Xiaotian's gaze was deep as he coldly said, "Let me ask you something. How is Xiao now?" The corner of Zhou Tianzong's mouth revealed a hint of ridicule as he said, "Thanks to you, Xiao has already been trapped in the Burning Flame Tower for more than 20 years, and has yet to come out. Speaking of which, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, Xiao wouldn't have made such a big mistake, and I wouldn't have been able to inherit the position of sect master. Haha." Long Xiaotian clenched his fists and said coldly, "Bastard, the news back then was exposed. I'm afraid it had an inseparable relationship with you, right?" Long Xiaotian appeared to be extremely calm. Although the Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden had privately fallen in love with someone else, and had even given birth to a son, it had already violated the rules of the Burning Heaven sect. However, All of this had actually happened in the Azure Profound Empire, and Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao had concealed it very well. Although it was also related to the Azure Emperor, the Azure Emperor still couldn't control the decision of the Burning Heaven sect. The only person who could control the decision of the Burning Heaven sect was Zhou Tianzong, who held a high position in the sect back then. Originally, the successor of the old sect master was going to be Feng Xiao, but because of such an incident, the Burning Heaven sect was in an uproar back then. Everyone opposed it, and in the end, the position of sect master fell into Zhou Tianzong's hands. Not long after the old sect master passed on the position, he passed away in the sect due to the end of his lifespan. After the old sect master passed away, Zhou Tianzong, in order to stabilize his position as sect master, used his authority as sect master to lock Feng Xiao in the Burning Flame Pagoda, in order to prevent Feng Xiao from threatening his position. A scandal is a scandal. Since Xiao has such a scandal, it's wishful thinking for her to become sect master. Of course, I'm actually very grateful to you, Long Xiaotian. In order to repay you, I'll make sure you don't die so miserably. Of course, I'll also let your son reunite with you in the underworld. Zhou Tianzong laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 more black flames flew towards Long Xiaotian. Damn it! Long Xiaotian's eyes were gloomy. He held the law of wind in his right hand, and the law of darkness in his left. He waved his hand repeatedly to resist the 3 black flames. Pucci. However, the black flames were very powerful. After all, Long Xiaotian had just entered the profound sage realm. After dozens of exchanges, he was directly hit by one of the black flames. His chest was burned into charcoal, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Xiaotian die. Zhou Tianzong laughed. The attacks of the 3 black flames became even more fierce, wanting to completely kill Long Xiaotian. Father! Quickly enter the Azure Dragon Hall. Not far away, Zhuowen, who was controlling the Azure Dragon Hall, also saw the extremely miserable Long Xiaotian, and couldn't help but call out to him. Long Xiaotian let out a muffled groan, and rushed towards the Azure Dragon Hall, where Zhuowen was located. However, how could Zhou Tianzong let Long Xiaotian have his way? The black flames were like extremely tricky pythons. They repeatedly attacked Long Xiaotian through the gaps, causing Long Xiaotian to be exhausted. Nightfall. Long Xiaotian let out a low roar, and the law of darkness soared into the sky. In an instant, the surrounding thousands of kilometers fell into darkness, blocking one's vision. The 3 black flames that were attacking Long Xiaotian also lost their target. After the darkness slowly faded, Long Xiaotian leaped and called back the 2-headed nether dragon. He entered the Azure Dragon Hall and fell on the square in front of it in an extremely miserable state. Pucci! Long Xiaotian spat out another mouthful of blood. He violently gasped for breath, and his chest heaved up and down. Father, are you all right? Zhuowen walked to Long Xiaotian with difficulty and asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Zhuowen's complexion was very ugly. It was almost bloodless, and the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth was even more shocking. Long Xiaotian waved his hand, but he looked at Zhuowen with some worry and said, Zhuowen, your complexion is very ugly. What happened to you? This kid is using his power to control the Azure Dragon Hall, almost overloading it. How good can his complexion be? A dignified voice sounded, and then Xiao He floated beside Zhuowen. Its body was also a little dim. Elder Raiwa's attack was also quite heavy. Long Xiaotian looked at Xiao He, but he didn't reveal the slightest surprise. He had already heard about the uniqueness of the dragon soul from Zhuowen, so he didn't find it strange to see it speak human language. Zhuowen, I'm sorry. Father wasn't able to take Chen Shui back. Long Xiaotian said with some guilt. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a faint smile, It's all right. Leave Chen Shui's matter to me. Father, you should rest and take this pill. After saying this, Zhuowen flicked his finger and gave the Snow Lotus Jade lustrous pill to Long Xiaotian. After doing this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a firm look. He stared at the unconscious figure beside Zhou Tianzong and muttered in a low voice, I won't let the Burning Heaven sect take her away. Zhuowen, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Don't act recklessly, or you'll really be finished. Xiao He angrily rebuked. Chapter 14:12. The sky was torn apart. Cheng Huang, lend me a hand. Zhuowen's eyes were firm as he roared in a low voice. Suddenly, a large black cauldron flew out from between his brows. Cheng Huang was riding on the divine tortoise, as he walked over step by step. He stared at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze. What a stubborn little guy. I can mobilize the energy of the Fuxi cauldron to help you. However, you're facing a heavenly saint after all. If you can't defeat him in the end, you'd better give up, Cheng Huang said solemnly. I'll leave after I get Chen Shui back, Zhuowen said in a hoarse voice. Cheng Huang frowned and sighed softly. He did not say anything. He patted the Fuxi cauldron with his little paw, and a surge of energy gushed out and entered Zhuowen's body. Boom! In an instant, the power of the Azure Dragon Palace increased by another level. The giant pale dragon that was circling around the palace roared. Blazing pale white flames burned and spread in all directions. Bang! 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 The dark flame brush that was suppressed by the Azure Dragon Palace was pushed back by the sudden increase in power. The black flames on its surface were suppressed by the pale white flames. Zhou Tianzong's eyes narrowed. He did not expect the power of the Azure Dragon Palace to increase by so much. The dark flame brush was pushed back. It can suppress my dark flame brush? Could it be a celestial saint weapon? Zhou Tianzong's eyes were filled with shock. His dark flame brush was a heavenly saint weapon, but it was still suppressed by the Azure Dragon Palace. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Palace was being controlled by Zhuowen, who had yet to become a saint. A saint artifact that could reach such a level had already surpassed the scope of a heavenly saint artifact. Only the legendary immortal saint artifacts could reach such a level. After all, Zhuowen did not have the saint energy that was unique to saints. Even if he had a saint weapon, he could only unleash a portion of its power. However, the palace was able to suppress the heavenly saint weapon, the dark flame brush, with just a portion of its power. The only reason for this was that the palace's grade was above the dark flame brush. Even if it could not unleash all of its power, it could still suppress the dark flame brush. Immortal sacred artifact? Yanji, Sapphire Shore, Jiang Xian, Wen Bai, and the two saints from the Blue Dragon Hall, Qing Hu and Qing Xiang, all stopped moving. When they heard Zhou Tianzong mention the celestial saint artifact, their bodies couldn't help but tremble in excitement. An immortal holy artifact was something that had never appeared in the eastern lands. It was something that only existed in legends. Now that such a treasure had appeared in the hands of a cultivator who had yet to reach saint, it was a huge blow to them. It could even be said that it was a great temptation to them. If such a treasure was in the hands of a profound sage or sky sage, they would be apprehensive, and might even consider whether it was worth it. However, in their eyes, mere cultivators who had yet to enter the saint realm were like ants. Possessing such a treasure was simply a disaster. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Yanji, something like an immortal saint artifact has never appeared in our 9th netherworld realm. Don't tell me you don't want it? Sapphire Shore suddenly said to Yanji. The greed in his eyes had already reached the extreme. Yanji's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed. Without a doubt, he was indeed tempted. If the Divine Academy could obtain an immortal saint artifact, it would undoubtedly increase their strength by hundreds or even thousands. In fact, the Divine Academy could even rely on this immortal saint artifact to dominate the entire 9th netherworld realm, surpassing the Blue Dragon Hall, and becoming the undisputed overlord of the 9th netherworld realm. Yanji, you don't have to hide it. I know you're also tempted. How about this? Let's join hands and attack together with Zhou Tianzong. After we eliminate that Zhuowen, we'll rely on our own abilities to obtain the immortal saint artifact. When the time comes, it will depend on our own strength and luck. Sapphire Shore chuckled. His words were filled with temptation. He was very clear about the allure of an immortal saint artifact. Even in the Central Plains, such an item would be fought over by countless experts, let alone in places like the Eastern Plains and the Southern Barbarian lands. Martial Uncle Yanji, don't listen to Sapphire Shore's words. After all, Zhuowen is a disciple of our divine academy. Moreover, if he grows up, he can also help our academy. Xiaoyu said anxiously. He was really afraid that Yanji would listen to Sapphire Shore's suggestion and join hands with him to eliminate Zhuowen and obtain the Azure Dragon Hall. After all, the allure of an immortal saint artifact was too great. Yanji took a deep breath. With a flip of his right hand, a dazzling golden token appeared in his palm. Ascended Saint Artifact, Dazzling Light Token? Hee. Looks like you've agreed to my suggestion. Sapphire Shore was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. His laughter was filled with complacency. Boom! Yanji pinched the sword finger on his right hand and tapped on the surface of the Dazzling Light Token. The law of light poured in, and in an instant, the Dazzling Light Token exploded with blazing light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amidst the light of the Dazzling Light Token, the sound of the air being torn rang out. Numerous light arrows shot out, forming a space of light that enveloped Sapphire Shore from all directions. Sapphire Shore's face stiffened. With a wave of his sleeve, countless bolts of lightning surrounded him. Boom! Boom! Light poured down and blasted onto those thunderbolts. An extremely terrifying explosive sound erupted. Soon after, the thunderbolts that surrounded Qing Yuan's body completely collapsed. Thud thud thud. Sapphire Shore retreated in an extremely wretched manner. He swung his hands and condensed terrifying laws of lightning to fend off the streaks of light. Old man Yanji, you old bastard! Sapphire Shore cursed angrily. With a flick of his finger, he took out a 10-foot-long scepter from his spirit ring. The top of the scepter was inlaid with a blue gem that flickered with lightning. The blue lightning constantly lingered around it, making it look deep and mysterious. Lightning punishment. Sapphire Shore coldly spat out this word. A thick bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Soon after, the lightning seemed to have the effect of attracting lightning. Countless bolts of lightning were like silk threads that constantly spread out. Sapphire Shore was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. His gaze was cold as he stared at Yanji before him. Rumble! As the light approached, it blasted onto the lightning threads. For a moment, there was a stalemate in the air. Lightning scepter? Yanji raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Looks like your actions have completely exposed your thoughts. Since that's the case, let's fight." Sapphire Shore's gaze was filled with anger. He smashed the scepter in his hand on the ground. Countless bolts of lightning gathered and formed a huge lightning shadow. Sapphire Shore stood on the shoulder of the lightning shadow and waved his hand vigorously. The disciples of my Jiaxin Academy will not be bullied by others. Even if you are Sapphire Shore, I will not allow it. Yanji roared. With 4 suns above his head and the dazzling light token in his hand, his body shone brightly like a saint. Swoosh! Elder Raiwa also rushed to Zhou Tianzong's side. He frowned slightly as he looked at the dark flame brush that was being suppressed. He said worriedly, "Sect Master, if this is really a divine artifact, the dark flame brush alone will not be able to suppress it." Zhou Tianzong floated in the air and looked down at the dark flame brush that was being suppressed by the Azure Dragon Hall. He said expressionlessly, "My original body will be here soon. My original body has also brought the Purple Flame Heavenly Blade." Purple Flame Heavenly Blade? Yen Ruhua and Elder Raiwa's pupils shrank to the size of needles. They were inexplicably shocked. The Purple Flame Heavenly Blade was also an ascended divine artifact. Moreover, it was a higher-grade ascended divine artifact than the Dark Flame Brush. It was the most precious treasure of the Burning Heaven sect. It was a powerful divine artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Burning Heaven sect. Zhou Tianzong's original body was even more terrifying. He had already reached the Sun Sky Saint realm. With the Purple Flame Heavenly Blade and the power of the Dark Flame Brush, he could probably completely suppress the Azure Dragon Hall. However, what shocked Yin Ruhua and Elder Raiwa was that Zhou Tianzong had come all the way here with the Purple Flame Heavenly Blade. It was obvious that he attached great importance to this matter. Soon. My original body will be here soon. Once he arrives, this divine artifact will belong to me. Zhou Tianzong snorted coldly. He stepped out of the void and came before the dark flame brush. He grasped his right hand and drew in the void. Countless black flames gushed out and formed various rare birds and beasts. These rare birds and beasts were formed by the black flames. They carried a unique divine aura and attacked the huge pale dragon on the surface of the Azure Dragon Hall from all directions. Roar! The pale dragon's power was monstrous. The pale flames on its surface seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The rare birds and beasts formed by the black flames died instantly under the pale flames. However, Zhou Tianzong was not discouraged. He continued to draw in the void. The black flames he drew continuously rushed toward the Azure Dragon Hall, like moths to a flame. What he needed now was not to defeat the Azure Dragon Hall, but to stall for time until his original body arrived. Boom! Boom! The power of the Ascended Saint artifact was too terrifying. Finally, with a loud explosion, the sky of the small world in the Divine Spectre realm was torn apart. The sky has been torn apart. Countless creatures in the Divine Spectre realm looked up and stared blankly at the shocking scene in the sky. They saw that the sky that should have been blue now had a huge crack that was tens of thousands of feet wide. It was as if a knife had cut a piece of blue cloth. Within the crack was endless darkness, as well as extraterrestrial meteorites that were born from the darkness. Everyone quickly hide. The power of these meteorites is terrifying. It is not something that ordinary martial artists can withstand. Meteorites from outer space fell from the crevice. As they fell, they emitted extremely terrifying flames due to the friction. The sky was densely covered with meteorites. It was as if a terrifying rain of fire had fallen from the Divine Spectre realm at this moment. Countless creatures in the Divine Spectre realm tried to hide. However, there were too many meteorites falling. It was impossible to avoid all of them. As a result, screams rang out one after another. The ground was riddled with holes by the meteorites. The divine river that ran through the entire Divine Spectre realm had completely dried up. It was a scene of doomsday. It's over. The Divine Spectre realm is over. The battle between saints is too terrifying. In the academy, the peak masters looked at the terrifying scene outside with horror in their eyes. Damn it! Sapphire Shore, go to 9 Nether Heaven to fight. Chapter 1413. 9 Nether Heaven. The essence of the 9 Nether realm was 9 small worlds. Before the 9 Nether realm was established, it was an illusory space. It was pitch black and had no substance, but the Yuan Qi was extremely rich. The 9 Nether realm was the core of the Eastern lands, and the Yuan Qi was the richest in the Eastern lands. Later on, the 9 saints arrived at this place. It was because of the dense spiritual energy here that they built 9 little worlds and developed them into 9 different forces. The 9 saints were the ancestors of the strongest forces in the 9 Nether realm, and they were extremely old. Therefore, there was an illusory space above the 9 Nether realm. This space was called the 9 Nether Heaven by the 9 Nether realm warriors. After Yin Ji left the divine Nether realm, Sapphire Shore narrowed his eyes, but he was not afraid and also entered the space. The 9 Nether Heaven might be a good battlefield. I can show off my skills there. Zhou Tianzong held the dark flame brush, took a step forward, and waved his sleeve. He led Yin Ruhua, Elder Raiwa, and Mu Qinshua into the crack in the sky. Zhuowen stood at the top of the Azure Dragon Hall, his eyes cold. The Azure Dragon Hall was lifted up by the pale white dragons and roared at the sky, following closely behind Zhou Tianzong. After the 4 left, the heavy atmosphere in the divine Nether realm relaxed a little. Qing Hu and Qing Xiang, who were fighting with Jiang Xian, and Wenbai, followed Sapphire Shore out of the divine Nether realm. Wenbai, don't follow them. Fix the crack in the sky first, or the divine Nether realm will be destroyed. Wenbai, who had a fiery temper, wanted to follow them. However, he was stopped by Jiang Xian. Wenbai looked at the countless meteorites falling from the sky and nodded. Then, the 2 of them used their saint power to fix the huge crack in the sky. The 9 Nether Heaven was pitch black, and there was nothing around. In the pitch black space, 9 huge planets were arranged in a straight line in the void. A crack appeared on the surface of the second planet, and 2 figures came out of it. Of the 2 figures, one was holding a shining token, while the other was holding a scepter that was filled with lightning. The moment they flew out of the crack, the two of them began to fight. Light and lightning clashed, forming an extremely dazzling light in the void. Zhou Tianzong, who was holding a dark flame brush, and the huge azure dragon hall followed closely behind the two figures. 4 terrifying auras spread out, causing the atmosphere in the 9th underworld heaven to become much more solemn. The moment the 4 of them appeared in 9 nether heaven, all the living beings on the 9 planets floating in the void seemed to have sensed something, especially the powerful living beings in 9 nether realm. They seemed to have sensed something, and fear appeared in their eyes. Countless powerful creatures in the 9th Serenity realm used their divine abilities to look through the layers of mist and onto the 4 figures above the 9th Serenity sky. Heavenly Saint. When the attention of these creatures fell on Yanji and Sapphire Shore, many of them were surprised. Sapphire Shore, the ruler of the Dragon Nether Realm, and Yanji, the ruler of the Divine Nether Realm, were known by everyone in the 9th Serenity Realm. They were considered to be the strongest among the 9 Nether Realm saints. Yanji and Sapphire Shore are fighting? Did the Divine Nether Realm and the Dragon Nether Realm fall out? The 9 Nether Realm saints discussed spiritually, but no one dared to come out and go to 9 Nether Heaven. Both Yanji and Sapphire Shore had reached the level of Heavenly Saint. They couldn't interfere with the battle at all, so they could only watch from afar with their divine abilities. That's Zhou Tianzong? Zhou Tianzong, the leader of the Burning Heaven sect? Why has such an existence come to our 9 Nether Realm? It really is Zhou Tianzong. His aura isn't strong, so he should be a law clone. But looking at the situation, he seems to be in a difficult situation. Yes, there's a palace behind Zhou Tianzong. The palace's aura is so strong. It's much stronger than a Heavenly Saint artifact. Could it be a saint artifact? Soon, the saint's attention fell on Zhou Tianzong, who was holding the dark fire brush. But when they saw Zhou Tianzong in a difficult situation, they were all shocked. Then, their gazes fell on the Azure Dragon Palace, which was chasing Zhou Tianzong. Their eyes were filled with shock. Zhou Tianzong was the leader of the Burning Heaven sect. He was quite famous among the Heavenly Armor Continent saints. Such an existence was actually being chased into such a sorry state by a palace. Only a celestial sage-level sacred artifact could chase a heavenly sage-level sacred artifact into such a sorry state. He actually has a saint artifact. What kind of existence can force Zhou Tianzong into such a situation? We have to find out. The 9 Nether Realm saints all looked fearful. Obviously, they thought that the master of the Azure Dragon Palace was an extraordinary figure. Hence, the gazes of all the saints landed on the figure standing in the Azure Dragon Hall. Immediately, all of them fell into silence. This was because the aura of the figure controlling the Azure Dragon Palace was not strong. Instead, it was extremely weak. 7th level Emperor Realm? Is it my imagination? He's only at the 7th level Emperor Realm. But he actually has such a powerful saint artifact. How did he do it? After a moment of silence, the saints burst into an uproar. Obviously, such a powerful saint artifact was in the hands of such a weak cultivator. It was a great contrast to the saints. What right does a guy who hasn't reached the saint realm have to possess a saint artifact? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the 9 Nether Realm. It was ethereal. Yes. What right does a little guy who hasn't reached the saint realm have to possess such a saint artifact? It's a waste for it to fall into the hands of such a little guy. Divine thoughts spread out in the 9 Nether Realm. Then 5 stalwart figures rushed out from 5 of the 9 planets in the void. These 5 figures were surrounded by terrifying saint power, and they were all saints. Martial Nether Realms Saint Martial Sects Wu Ho, Flower Nether Realms 100 Flowers Parks by Mei Sheng, Death Realms Undying Altars Undying Old Monster, Death Realms Assassin Alliance's Emperor, and Night Realms Yiksha Hai's Eternal Night Nether King. Zhou Tianzong retreated to the side. Naturally, he also noticed the 5 figures that suddenly appeared in the 9 Nether Realm. His eyes narrowed as he coldly muttered, "Sect Master Zhou, this palace is not simple. It can actually force you to this extent. Do you need our help?" The Death Realm's Undying Old Monster was a fierce-looking old man with a purple face. At this moment, he was speaking to Zhou Tianzong in a strange tone. Although the other four did not say anything, from the expression on their faces, it could be seen that their thoughts were similar to the undying old monsters. They all wanted a share of the pie. After all, no one wanted to let go of a saint artifact. You don't have to test it. This palace is just as you guessed. It's a saint artifact. I don't need to say anything about it, right? Zhou Tianzong smiled faintly. It's indeed a saint artifact. I didn't expect that such a treasure would be controlled by a 7th-level emperor ant. What a pity, the black iron-armored Wu Ho said indifferently. Just snatch it. How can a mere 7th-level emperor overturn the heavens? The imperial exterminator said expressionlessly. The smile on Zhou Tianzong's face became even wider. It seems that everyone has the same idea. Then our goal is the same. Why don't we join forces to kill this kid first? At that time, this saint artifact will be ownerless. In the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen's pupil shrank. He did not expect that the other saints of the 9 Nether Realm would also participate. Now things had become much more troublesome. Kid, 5 saints at the peak of the profound sage realm, and Zhou Tianzong's heavenly saint powerhouse. You are no match for them. Even if you control the Azure Dragon Palace, you can't defeat 6 saints. You should leave now, Cheng Huang said to Zhuowen with a frown. Bring Chen Shui back, and I'll leave immediately. Zhuowen was unmoved. His eyes were filled with stubbornness. Undying Old Monster, Wu Ho by Mei Sheng, Imperial Exterminator, Eternal Night Underworld Monarch. How about the 5 of you do me, Yin Ji, a favor and don't interfere in this matter. After this, my Divine Academy will reward you greatly. Not far away, Yin Ji, who was holding the dazzling light token, had an ugly expression as he spoke to the 5 saints. Hee, can an old man's favor compare to a saint artifact? What a joke. Sapphire Shore sneered. Brother Yin Ji, although we really want to do you a favor, compared to the saint artifact, your favor is worthless. Undying Old Monster said in a mocking tone. Boom. Zhou Tianzong's body was burning with black flames. He said indifferently, everyone, no need to talk nonsense. Let's attack together. Once we kill this kid, the saint artifact will become ownerless. At that time, everyone will have a chance to obtain the saint artifact. Why not? Sect Master Zhou is right. Let's join forces and end this quickly. A 7th-level Emperor realm, ant is not worthy of such a treasure. The Imperial Exterminator nodded. He stretched out his right hand and pulled out a pitch-black short sword. Then, he hid in the void and disappeared like air. The League of Assassins specialized in the Tao of Assassins. Their concealment techniques were unparalleled in the world. The Imperial Exterminator was the leader of the League of Assassins. His concealment techniques had reached the point of perfection. Once he used his concealment techniques, even saints of the same level would find it difficult to detect him. Kill. Kill. The moment the Imperial Exterminator made his move, Undying Old Monster, by Mei Sheng, Wu Ho, and Eternal Night Underworld Monarch, also took out their profound saint artifacts and surrounded the Azure Dragon Hall from all directions. The smile on Zhou Tianzong's face grew wider. Following the 5 of them, he drew out his black flame brush and black flames filled the sky. 6 attacks landed on the Azure Dragon Hall. The pale giant dragon roared at the sky, and its body ignited with terrifying pale flames, blocking the attacks of the 6 Paths Saint. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions mixed with the dragon's roar resounded in the 9 Serenities heaven. The dragon's roar contained traces of sorrow. Puff! In the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen's face grew paler and paler. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were red and contained an unyielding spirit. Break! Chapter 14:14. Purple Flame Heavenly Blade continued to attack. Zhou Tianzong said calmly, but the dark flame brush in his hand continued to draw in the void. Billowing black flames continued to surge out. The other 5 sages did not want to be outdone, and they all used their strongest attacks. In an instant, the 9 underworld sky was filled with sage aura, and all of them bombarded the Azure Dragon Hall. The pale dragon that was circling the Azure Dragon Hall cried out in grief. The pale flames on its body were completely extinguished, and its huge dragon body was riddled with holes under the attacks of the sages. Although this hall is very powerful, and is an immortal saint artifact, how much power can a mere 7th level Emperor Realm ant like you use? It's a waste for it to be in your hands. Zhou Tianzong smiled coldly, as if victory was already in his hands. Pucci. Zhuowen knelt on the ground with one knee, blood spurted out of his body, and cracks appeared on the surface of his body. The attacks of the sages had given him too much pressure. His body could not take it, and was about to collapse. However, Zhuowen did not care. His gaze was fixed on the unconscious figure, not far behind Zhou Tianzong. He muttered in a low voice, "I will take you away." As he spoke, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. Even if he was heavily injured, he still forcefully endured the pain, and stood up like a towering mountain. Looking at that stubborn figure, Zhou Tianzong and the other saints' gazes turned cold. Zhuowen's willpower had moved them. Burning Heaven Sect, Blue Dragon Hall, Saint Martial Sect, 100 Flowers Park, Undying Altar, Assassin League in Wuxia. As long as I, Zhuowen, do not die in the end, I will definitely turn your world upside down. Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the 6 saints in front of him. Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Turn the world upside down? Turn the world upside down? A mere 7th level Emperor Realm ant dares to say such words? You must be dreaming." The other 5 sages also laughed out loud. Their smiles were filled with disdain and coldness. They did not take Zhuowen's words to heart at all. In their opinion, if Zhuowen did not rely on the Azure Dragon Hall, an immortal sacred artifact, he would have died thousands of times already. Continue. As long as we continue to bombard him, just the aftershocks of the attacks will be enough to make him suffer. I don't believe that he can hold on for much longer, Zhou Tianzong said with a cold gaze. Boom. Boom. The other 5 sages naturally had no objections. Although they all had their own ulterior motives, their current goal was surprisingly the same, and that was to kill Zhuowen first. Long Xiaotian helped Zhuowen. A ray of black light shot out and transformed into Xiaohei. He hurriedly shouted at Long Xiaotian, who was not far away from the square. Long Xiaotian nodded and stepped to Zhuowen's side. He said to Xiaohei, "What do you need me to do? I'm not familiar with this hall at all." Place your hand on Zhuowen's shoulder and channel your saint energy into the Azure Dragon Hall at the same time. You can use your saint energy to activate the Azure Dragon Hall and increase its power by several times. Next, I will help Zhuowen convert your saint energy, Xiaohei said solemnly. Long Xiaotian nodded and placed his right hand on Zhuowen's shoulder. Waves of saint energy flowed into Zhuowen, while Xiaohei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and silently helped Zhuowen convert this saint energy. "Zhuowen, are you alright?" Long Xiaotian looked at Zhuowen worriedly and could not help but ask. However, Zhuowen was unmoved. His gaze was fixed in the direction of Mu Qinxue. He was as motionless as a statue. This. Long Xiaotian's eyes narrowed as he turned to look at Xiaohei. This kid's consciousness is already starting to fade. The attacks of the saints are too terrifying. Even the aftershocks are not something this kid can withstand. If it wasn't for the obsession in his heart, he wouldn't even have the strength to stand. Xiaohei sighed and began to channel the saint energy that Long Xiaotian had surged into him. This kid. Long Xiaotian had a complicated look in his eyes. Zhuowen had told him about the Azure Dragon Hall before. He also knew that the Azure Dragon Hall that Zhuowen controlled was a saint weapon. Everyone knew that a man's wealth was his own ruin. To be able to obtain a saint weapon, it could only be said that Zhuowen's luck was heaven-defying. Zhuowen, who possessed such a treasure, only needed enough time to become a saint. At that time, with such a saint weapon, he would not need to fear the heavenly saints. However, Zhuowen, in order to get Mu Qinxue back, not only had he summoned the Azure Dragon Hall, he had not even flinched in the face of the 6 saints. In the end, his consciousness faded, but he was still standing. His gaze was fixed in the direction of Mu Qinxue. This kid's obsession with Mu Qinxue had reached an extremely terrifying level. Boom! With the infusion of Long Xiaotian's saint energy, the surface of the Azure Dragon Hall shone brightly. The attack of Zhou Tianzong and the others immediately collapsed. The power of this hall is increasing. The undying old monster's eyes flickered. Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes and said, "It's Long Xiaotian who has injected his saint energy into this hall, causing its power to increase by several times." "Sect leader Zhou, what should we do now?" Wu Hou asked with a slightly ugly expression. "Delay this hall. We must not let it escape. My original body will soon arrive at 9 Serenities Heaven. At that time, we will be able to completely destroy this hall," Zhou Tianzong said coldly. As soon as Zhou Tianzong said this, the other 5 people showed hesitation. They knew how powerful Zhou Tianzong's original body was. If Zhou Tianzong's original body arrived, the 5 of them would not be qualified to compete for the saint weapon. Perhaps noticing the 5 people's hesitation, Zhou Tianzong said indifferently, "If I'm not wrong, this hall may be the cave residence of a saint immortal expert. There must be other saint weapons inside. If the 5 of you help me delay this hall, I promise to give each of you a saint weapon. Otherwise, you won't get anything. I think everyone is smart." Hearing this, the 5 people looked at each other. In the end, the undying old monster gritted his teeth and said, "I'll help you." With the undying old monster taking the lead, the other 4 people were not very willing. However, this was indeed the only feasible method at the moment. After all, if the Azure Dragon Hall escaped, they would not be able to get any benefits. It was not worth it. "Follow me to delay this hall." Zhou Tianzong revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, he led the 5 of them and surrounded the Azure Dragon Hall. "Zhuowen has lost consciousness. Let's hurry up and drive the Azure Dragon Hall away from this place. We can't delay here," Xiao He said to Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian nodded. Immediately, the saint energy in his body surged out and cooperated seamlessly with Xiao He. Under his control, the Azure Dragon Hall broke through the sky with a rumble. "Stop it!" Zhou Tianzong roared angrily and began to use the black flame brush desperately. The other 5 saints also worked extremely hard. For a moment, they really trapped the Azure Dragon Hall in place. "They've trapped it," Long Xiaotian said with an ugly expression. Xiao Hei's eyes flickered. She sighed softly and said, "It seems that we can only sacrifice the Azure Dragon's origin." As she spoke, the huge pale dragon that was surrounding the Azure Dragon Hall suddenly left the hall. The huge dragon's body began to burn with terrifying pale flames as it pounced toward Zhou Tianzong and the other 5 people. Boom! Boundless pale flames erupted and spread throughout the pitch-black space of 9 Nether Heaven. Then, the pale flames burned more and more fiercely. It was like a sun in its twilight years that could explode at any time. The terrifying power generated by the spontaneous combustion of the huge pale dragon completely blocked Zhou Tianzong and the other 5 people. "Go!" Xiao He roared. Long Xiaotian did not dare to delay. His saint energy surged wildly. Immediately, the Azure Dragon Hall turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. Soon, it reached the edge of 9 Nether Heaven. Break through the void and leave 9 Nether Heaven. The Azure Dragon Hall's momentum did not diminish. It leaped up and shattered the spatial barrier at the edge of 9 Nether Heaven. Then, a huge crack appeared in the space as it tried to enter the spatial turbulence. "Wanna leave? It's not that easy." A majestic roar came from the sky above 9 Nether Heaven. Then the space above collapsed in an instant. A stalwart figure, holding a long saber that was burning with purple flames, stepped through the air. "It's Zhou Tianzong's real body. It's so powerful." The undying old monster Wu Hou and the other saints all looked at the figure. They were all shocked as they recognized the real identity of the figure. This was because the figure was holding the burning heaven sect's most precious treasure, the heavenly blade of purple flames. It was the best among the heavenly saint weapons, and was much more powerful than the dark flame brush in the hands of Zhou Tianzong's doppelganger. Zhou Tianzong's real body looked indifferent. He raised the heavenly blade of purple flames in his right hand and slashed out. Suddenly, monstrous purple flames spread across the entire sky. In an instant, the entire pitch-black space of 9 Nether Heaven was covered by purple flames. The purple brilliance illuminated the void, making it look mysterious and distant. A terrifying scorching feeling came. Amidst the terrifying purple flames, a sharp blade light, like a crescent moon, rapidly slashed towards the Azure Dragon Hall that was about to break through the air. Let's go. This heavenly blade of purple flames is too terrifying. I'm afraid it's a terrifying saint weapon that is infinitely close to an immortal saint weapon. Xiao He roared angrily. Without hesitation, he joined forces with Long Xiaotian to drive the Azure Dragon Hall. Then, the huge Azure Dragon Hall turned into a stream of flowing light and instantly entered the spatial crack. The moment the Azure Dragon Hall entered the spatial crack, the purple saber light had already arrived and slashed the spatial crack. Crack! Crack! The sound of glass shattering continuously rang out. The spatial crack was directly slashed into pieces. Countless purple flames poured into the spatial crack like a flood. The speed of the purple flames was too fast. It followed the spatial crack and poured into the spatial turbulence. In an instant, the Azure Dragon Hall that had just arrived at the spatial turbulence was swept into it. Pucci! Long Xiaotian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Zhou Tianzong's real body was so terrifying, especially when combined with the heavenly blade of purple flames. Its power had reached such a terrifying level. Let's go! Xiao He was also seriously injured by the purple flames. He roared angrily. The Azure Dragon Hall followed the spatial turbulence and quickly flew into the distance. Chapter 14-15. Suspicion, Escaped? I was a step too late in the end. Zhou Tianzong stared at the spatial turbulence in front of him and frowned slightly. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Let's search again. Zhou Tianzong took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the spatial turbulence with the purple flame, heavenly blade in his hand. After a while, he returned with an extremely ugly expression because the aura of the Azure Dragon Hall had disappeared in front of him. After he had flown a distance, he had no idea where to start. Swoosh! 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 Zhou Tianzong's clone led the 5 saints to the entrance of the spatial crack. When they saw the ugly expression on Zhou Tianzong's face, they guessed that the Azure Dragon Hall had probably escaped. Not far away, Sapphire Shore and Yin Ji stopped fighting. After discovering that Zhuowen's group had successfully escaped, Sapphire Shore's expression turned ugly, while Yin Ji let out a sigh of relief. Sect Master, what should we do now? Elder Raiwa and Yin Ruhua rushed in front of Zhou Tianzong and asked carefully. Return to the sect. After you return, send some spies to the 9 Netherworld realm. If there's any news about Zhuowen, report to me immediately, Zhou Tianzong said coldly. Yin Ruhua suddenly volunteered. Sect Master, why don't you let me and Elder Raiwa stay? It's said that there's an opportunity to become a saint in this 9 Netherworld conference. Zhou Tianzong was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, Ruhua is right. The 2 of you should stay in the 9 Netherworld realm. This 9 Netherworld conference is indeed extraordinary. Ruhua is only half a step away from the saint realm. Perhaps she can obtain the opportunity to become a saint in the 9 Netherworld conference. As for that girl Chen Shui, I'll bring her back to the sect first. Remember, if there's any news about Zhuowen you must tell me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yin Ruhua and Elder Raiwa's eyes turned cold. They bowed their heads and said respectfully, Sect Master, don't worry. We won't be careless about this matter. After giving a few more instructions, Zhou Tianzong brought Mu Qinshui and flew away. After Zhou Tianzong left, Sapphire Shore and the other 5 saints arrived beside Yin Ruhua and Elder Raiwa with smiles on their faces. The Burning Heaven sect was the overlord of the southern barbarians. It was even more powerful than the Blue Dragon Hall, especially after witnessing the strength of Zhou Tianzong's main body. These saints wanted to befriend Yin Ruhua and Elder Raiwa. Brother Raiwa, Nephew Ruhua, I heard that you're planning to participate in the 9 Underworld Conference, right? Sapphire Shore was the first to speak. Elder Raiwa smiled and said, That's right. It's said that there's an opportunity to become a saint in the 9 Underworld Conference. There's even the birth of Saint Luck. It's very beneficial to Ruhua, so of course he's planning to participate. Brother Raiwa is right. There's indeed a Saint Luck in the 9 Underworld Conference. There's still 2 years until the 9 Underworld Conference. During this time, why don't the 2 of you come to my Dragon Underworld as guests? Sapphire Shore asked politely. As soon as these words came out, the other 5 saints' faces froze. They opened their mouths but were speechless. Sapphire Shore was the master of the Blue Dragon Hall. Whether it was strength or the force behind him, he was stronger than them. Although they wanted to invite Yin Ruhua and Elder Raiwa to their underworld realms as guests, they couldn't do so. But since Qing Yuan had already taken the initiative to speak, they could only give up embarrassedly. Elder Raiwa was a little hesitant. Brother Raiwa, don't worry. Our Dragon Underworld will help you investigate Zhuowen. After all, that guy is a descendant of the Ryuka, and has quite a bit of enmity with our Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore said again. Elder Raiwa and Yin Ruhua looked at each other, then nodded and said, "It's hard to refuse Hall Master Qing's kindness. We'll just have to accept." Haha, welcome. But before that, I'd like to remind everyone that the young man who has a saint artifact is called Zhuowen. He's a disciple of the Divine Nether Realm's Divine Academy. Sapphire Shore suddenly glanced at Yin Ji and said, "Oh, a disciple of the Divine Academy? No wonder Hall Master Qing would fight with Yin Ji." Undying Old Monster, Wu Ho, by Mei Sheng, Eternal Night Dark King, and the Imperial Exterminator looked at each other in dismay. Their gazes all fell on Yin Ji with unkind expressions. Then is it possible that Zhuowen will return to the Divine Nether Realm? If he does, I think Brother Yin Ji will protect that brat, Undying Old Monster said in a strange tone. That's obvious. After all, Zhuowen is a disciple of the Divine Academy. When he grows up in the future, coupled with the Saint artifact, he will definitely help the Divine Nether Realm grow stronger. How can Yin Ji not protect him? The Imperial Exterminator sneered. Although Wu Ho, by Mei Sheng and Eternal Night Dark King did not say anything, the expressions on their faces showed that their thoughts were the same as Undying Old Monster and the Imperial Exterminator. Yin Ji's face immediately became ugly. It was obvious that Sapphire Shore's words just now were intentional, in order to arouse the suspicions of the other 5 saints towards his Divine Nether Realm. Hee. I hope that everyone will pay attention to the movements of the Divine Nether Realm in the future. If the Divine Nether Realm really shows signs of protecting that little bastard Zhuowen, I hope that everyone will not be lenient when the time comes. Sapphire Shore laughed coldly. Sapphire Shore, you old bastard. Yin Ji clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead popping out. Brother Yin Ji, why are you in such a hurry? As long as you don't protect that Zhuowen, we won't make things difficult for you because of this. Undying Old Monster said with a faint smile. Humph. Yin Ji flicked his sleeve and left 9 Nether Heaven, returning to the Divine Nether Realm. Looking at Yin Ji's departing figure, Sapphire Shore's smile grew wider. He smiled at the 5 Undying Old Monster and said, I hope that the 5 of you will pay more attention to Zhuowen's movements. Of course, the Divine Nether Realm is very suspicious, so I hope that everyone will pay more attention to the Divine Nether Realm. Palace Master Qing is too polite. Even if you didn't say this, we would pay attention to it. The 5 saints said with a fake smile. That's for the best. Sapphire Shore smiled faintly, then waved at Elder Raiwa and Yin Ruhua, saying, The 2 of you follow me to the Dragon Nether Realm. I will definitely treat you well. Very quickly, the saints of 9 Nether Heaven dispersed. However, the battle today spread throughout the 9 Nether Realm. A young man who had yet to become a saint had a legendary Celestial Saint weapon. With the Celestial Saint weapon, he fought against the saints. This young man's name was Zhuowen. The more the rumor spread, the more intense it became. Almost every living thing in the 9 Nether Realms knew about it. The Demon Nether Realm was vast, and filled with dense demonic qi. There were green mountains and clear waters, birdsong, fragrant flowers, blue sky, white clouds, and overlapping mountains. It was like a paradise on earth. In the center of this area stood an extremely large group of palaces. Above the palaces, there was a milky white fog that curled up like smoke. Many of the living beings living in the Demon Nether Realm looked at the palaces with a hint of respect in their eyes. This was because the palaces were the only and strongest force in the demon nether realm, the demon god palace. In the demon god palace, there were many outstanding geniuses of the demon clan gathered. However, 3 years ago, a demon emperor who joined from outside the Nine Nether realm completely changed the situation of the demon god palace. This demon emperor's cultivation rose rapidly in a short period of time. He defeated countless geniuses of the demon clan and won the favor of the palace master of the demon god palace. He became an inner disciple of the demon god palace. In the demon god palace, those who were accepted as inner disciples by the palace master were all peerless geniuses. In the past 1,000 years, the palace master of the demon god palace had only accepted 2 inner disciples. Including this demon emperor, there were 3 in total. This showed how picky the palace master of the demon god palace was. At the core of the palaces, in the depths of the inner palace, there was a huge and beautiful palace. Senior Sister Yunran, what did you say? The shocking battle in the Nine Nether Heaven was caused by a young man called Zhuowen? Are you sure that young man is called Zhuowen? 2 beautiful figures stood in the palace. One of them had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. She had a pair of thin wings on her back and a pair of cute antennae on her head. The other beautiful figure was more mature and charming. She wore a dark red palace dress and had a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes that were infinitely charming. Her figure was extremely hot and curvy. At this moment, the girl with the thin wings on her back had her hands on the shoulders of the girl with the phoenix eyes. She looked anxious. Woody, you seem a little strange today. Could it be that the youth called Zhuowen is your old flame? The plump woman called Yin Ran said rather mockingly. Woody's delicate face suddenly looked embarrassed. She said embarrassedly, he's not my old flame. He's a very good friend of mine. Senior Sister Yunran, what happened to Zhuowen? He's your friend? It seems that your friend is not simple. He actually has an immortal sacred artifact. Such an item is enough to make all saints go crazy, Yunran said solemnly. He and I are only acquaintances. We don't have a very deep relationship. However, what happened to Zhuowen? Woody's beautiful eyes flickered as she continued to ask. Yunran nodded and said, I see. However, that Zhuowen is really something. It is said that the 5 saints of the Netherworld realm, Martial Netherworld realm, 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 and Netherworld realm all joined forces to attack Zhuowen. Despicable. The saints actually joined forces to attack a junior, who has yet to become a saint. What happened after that? Woody clenched her fists. Her pretty face was filled with shock and anger. At the same time she asked worriedly. Haha, Zhuowen is also amazing. In the end he managed to escape. However, I heard that all this was caused by a woman. It is said that the woman is called Mu Chenxue. She is the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. In order to snatch Mu Chenxue back, Zhuowen was even willing to fight against a saint. What an infatuated man. If only I had such a powerful and infatuated partner. Yunran's pretty face revealed a trace of yearning. Obviously, Zhuowen's willingness to fight against a saint for his lover had a great impact on her. Chapter 14-16. 3 months later, Mu Chenxue? Wu Dai's beautiful eyes flickered with sadness. She knew that Zhuowen had gone to the Divine Nether Domain's excellent Divinity Institute because of Mu Chenxue. However, she didn't expect that Zhuowen would risk his life to fight a saint for Mu Chenxue. He even exposed his biggest secret, the immortal saint artifact. Junior Sister Wu Dai, don't you think it's romantic? Yin Ran hugged Wu Dai's shoulder and giggled. Wu Dai smiled and said, Yes, it's romantic, but I don't know where Zhuowen went in the end. Yin Ran shook her head and said, I don't know. It's said that the Dragon Nether Domain is leading the search. The other Nether Domains are also looking for Zhuowen, but they haven't found any clues yet. Wu Dai nodded, and a trace of relief appeared in her beautiful eyes. It was good that Zhuowen had escaped. Junior Sister Wu Dai, the 9 Serenities Conference is about to begin. It's said that Saint Luck has appeared in the Nine Serenities Conference. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. We have to fight for a trace of Saint Luck and become a saint, Yun Ran said with a smile. Wu Dai nodded and said with a smile, Senior sister, don't worry. I'll make good use of the Nine Serenities Conference. That's good. You're the disciple with the greatest potential in the Demon God Palace in recent years. You'll probably shine in the Nine Serenities Conference. I have high hopes for you. Yin Ran patted Wu Dai's shoulder. After chatting for a while, she left the palace. Master will definitely go to the Nine Serenities Conference. Maybe I'll be able to see Master again there. This time, I'll definitely work hard to cultivate so that I can help Master. Wu Dai muttered in a low voice. Then, she turned around and entered the depths of the palace. Outside the Nine Serenities realm, at the end of the Sea of Misery, a thumb-sized black light shot out and landed in the Sea of Misery. If one looked closely, the thumb-sized black light was actually in the shape of a palace. It was as though the palace had been shrunk infinitely. That was so dangerous. If I hadn't shrunk the Azure Dragon Hall in advance, concealed my aura, and drifted with the flow of the spatial turbulence, I'm afraid that Zhou Tianzong really might have caught up. On the square of the Azure Dragon Hall, Xiaohe sighed softly, and could not help but mutter to herself. Not far away from Xiaohe, Long Xiaotian released his right hand from Zhuowen's shoulder. His legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. His chest heaved up and down, and his breathing quickened. Just now, they had really walked through the gates of hell. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. Zhuowen was still standing in the square like a statue, motionless. His posture was still that of looking up. This kid has completely lost consciousness. His injuries are too serious. Xiaohe landed on Zhuowen's shoulder and placed her little paws on his neck. She could not help but sigh deeply. Hearing that, Long Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Even if he had lost consciousness, he was still standing there like a statue. How tenacious of a will was this? At the same time, Long Xiaotian felt somewhat proud. Every father wanted their son to become a dragon. Zhuowen's will was so tenacious that he knew that Zhuowen's future achievements were limitless. In addition, Zhuowen possessed a supreme treasure like the Azure Dragon Hall. It probably would not take long for him to surpass his father. Cheng Huang, Zhuowen has lost consciousness. Help him recover. I need to control the Azure Dragon Hall and hide it. Right now, I'm afraid everyone in the Ninth Netherworld realm knows that Zhuowen has an immortal sacred artifact. They're probably all looking for Zhuowen, Xiaohe suddenly said. Immediately, a dim light shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows, revealing the appearance of the Fuxi cauldron. Meanwhile, Cheng Huang leisurely sat on the back of the divine turtle. Zhuowen is indeed putting his life on the line. Although his injuries are very serious, there is no danger to his life. However, I'm afraid that it will take quite some time for him to recover. Cheng Huang looked at the figure that was still standing and frowned. Xiaohe frowned and said, Then can you wake him up? I'll try. Cheng Huang frowned and landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. It placed its furry paws on Zhuowen's neck to check. This kid's aura is rather chaotic. He has fallen into a deep coma. Even with the power of the Fuxi cauldron, it will probably take a few months. Xiaohe was startled and immediately said, Then let's wait a few months. I plan to place the Azure Dragon Hall in the depths of the Sea of Misery. The Sea of Misery is so vast that even a saint would find it like searching for a needle in a haystack. That's a good idea. I'll take care of this kid's injuries. I'll leave the rest to you. As Cheng Huang spoke, a wisp of yellow light gushed out of its paws and entered the meridians on Zhuowen's neck. The latter's body trembled, and he instinctively frowned. The depths of the Sea of Misery. Xiaohe nodded. Immediately, the Azure Dragon Hall sank into the depths of the Sea of Misery. Although the Sea of Misery was extremely terrifying, it was only relative. Even a high-level martial emperor could fly freely in the Sea of Misery, let alone a saint. The Azure Dragon Hall was an immortal saint artifact. Even if it went deep into the Sea of Misery, there was probably nothing that could threaten it. After all, the hall had once withstood the combined attack of 6 saints. The water of the Sea of Misery is pitch black like ink. I originally thought that there were no living creatures in it. I didn't expect that I was wrong. In the square, Long Xiaotian looked at the scene in the Sea of Misery through the light screen outside the Azure Dragon Hall. He discovered that there was a considerable number of fish swimming in the Sea of Misery. However, these fish were extremely strange. They were more than 10 feet long, larger than a person. Their eyes were red, and they had sharp fangs. They exuded a ferocious aura. These are mutated fish, strange creatures born in the Sea of Misery. There are a large number of them in the Sea of Misery, and they travel in groups. If a high-level martial emperor encountered these mutated fish, it would be extremely troublesome, Xiao He explained. Boom, boom, boom. Perhaps because they had discovered the Azure Dragon Hall, these mutated fish's eyes erupted with terrifying red light. Then, they fearlessly flew toward the Azure Dragon Hall. Violent collisions rang out continuously. You're overestimating yourselves, Xiao He sneered. A wave of Saint Aura spread out from the Azure Dragon Hall. Immediately, the mutated fish nearby exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The mutated fish further away screeched and fled into the distance, not daring to approach the Azure Dragon Hall. The Saint Aura of an immortal saint artifact was extremely powerful. Even if it was just a wisp, it was not something that these mutated fish could withstand. About 2 hours later, the Azure Dragon Hall finally landed at the bottom of the Sea of Misery. At the bottom of the Sea of Misery, reefs stood in great numbers, and sand was deposited. The Azure Dragon Hall was only the size of a thumb. Mixed in with the sand and rocks, it looked extremely inconspicuous. Now we just have to wait for Zhuan to wake up. After doing all this, Xiao He looked at the figure not far away and sighed softly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, the 9th Netherworld realm was extremely lively. The rumors about Zhuan did not die down with time. Instead, they became more and more intense. A little fellow who had not entered the Saint realm actually possessed an immortal saint artifact. This news had spread throughout the 9th Netherworld realm. In addition to the elite warriors sent by the major forces to search, there were also many rogue cultivators who spontaneously searched for Zhuan in the 9th Netherworld realm. Of course, the reason why the rumors about Zhuan were so popular was naturally because of the Blue Dragon Hall. It was said that not only did the Blue Dragon Hall release all the information about Zhuan, they even released his portrait. Therefore, although many warriors in the 9th Netherworld realm had never seen Zhuan in person, they all knew what Zhuan looked like. In the Divine Nether realm, the sky that was originally torn apart was finally completely repaired after the efforts of Jiang Xian and Wen Bai. The divine river that ran through the entire Divine Nether realm was restored under Yin Ji's divine ability. However, this could not hide the fact that the Divine Nether realm was in a decline. The great battle last time had a great impact on the Divine Nether realm. Almost 70% of the living beings in the Divine Nether realm had died. It was a disastrous loss. The mountain range where the Divine Nether Academy was located was in an even worse state. If not for the Peak Masters raising the protective barrier in advance to protect the Academy, the disciples of the Academy would have suffered a disastrous loss. Sapphire Shore is too much. Within the Academy, Yin Ji smashed his fist on the table beside the armrest, his face extremely gloomy. In the room that Yin Ji was in, Jiang Xian and Wen Bai were sitting at the same time. Other than them, the Peak Masters of the 9 Peaks were also seated below. Sapphire Shore definitely did it on purpose. He released all the information about Zhuan and emphasized that Zhuan is a disciple of our Divine Nether Academy. He also continuously spread rumors, causing our Divine Nether realm to be targeted by other Nether realm forces. Jiang Xian sighed. Sigh. Zhuan's whereabouts are also unknown. Martial Uncle Yanji, what should we do now? We can't ignore Zhuan. He is the second existence after Yuanji to comprehend the void immortal scripture. If he becomes a saint in the end, he will definitely be the second Yuanji. Xiaoyi suddenly said. The news of Zhuan successfully comprehending the void law had long spread throughout the academy. However, it was a pity that Zhuan's whereabouts were unknown. and his life and death were unknown. Xiaoyu, now that our divine nether realm is being watched by the other nether realms, do you think we have the chance to send people out to find Zhuowen? Old man Tiandu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Furthermore, 3 months have passed. The other nether realms led by the dragon nether realm are all searching for Zhuowen, but there are no results. It can be seen that Zhuowen should be hiding in an extremely secretive place. His life should not be in danger. Tiandu is right. If we go to find Zhuowen now, we will undoubtedly be caught by the Sapphire Shore. Furthermore, even if we find Zhuowen, I'm afraid that Zhuowen's location will be exposed. Yanji nodded in agreement. Xiaoyu said somewhat unwillingly, "Can we only sit and wait for death?" Chapter 14:17. Saint-specific cultivation stage. The sea of misery was pitch black. However, when these fish passed by a pile of sand near a reef, they would hurriedly avoid it. It was as if there was some kind of primordial beast in the sand. If one looked carefully, this pile of sand and rocks was very unusual. Its surroundings were actually faintly suffused with a terrifying pressure. It was the presence of this pressure that scared the nearby mutated fish into fleeing in panic. In the depths of the sand pile, a palace the size of a thumb stood quietly. It was extremely inconspicuous. There was a huge square outside the palace. Long Xiaotian, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the figure standing in the square in front of him. He frowned and said, "It's already been 3 months. Is Zhuowen still not awake? It should be soon." Cheng Huang has never been one to boast. 3 months should be about right. Xiao He floated not far from Long Xiaotian and continued, "Once this kid wakes up, he can bring us into the Azure Dragon Hall." As soon as Xiao He finished speaking, a surging aura suddenly erupted from the figure standing not far away. A muffled thunderous sound was heard. Then, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were bursting with a brilliant light that was difficult to look at. Moreover, Zhuowen's aura was becoming more and more powerful. In the end, it gathered behind him into a storm that soared into the sky. At the same time, Zhuowen's aura had undergone a qualitative leap. It was much stronger than before. This kid has broken through and reached the 8th level martial emperor realm. Xiao He and Long Xiaotian looked at each other. They could see the joy in each other's eyes. Whoosh! Cheng Huang took the Fushi cauldron and retreated to Xiao He's side. Its eyes were a little tired. It was obvious that it had exhausted a lot of energy to wake Zhuowen up. After Zhuowen opened his eyes, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He looked around and opened his mouth. He said dryly, "Has Chen Shui left?" Long Xiaotian and Xiao He came to Zhuowen's side. They looked at Zhuowen's appearance and sighed. "Zhuowen, I'm sorry. I can't keep that girl Chen Shui for you," Long Xiaotian said guiltily. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Father, there's no need to blame yourself. You can't be blamed for this. She is too strong." Then you. In an instant, the atmosphere between the father and son became solemn and silent. "The two of you don't have to feel sorry for yourselves. What you need to do now is to work hard to improve yourselves. When you are strong, you can do whatever you want. If you don't have the strength, it's useless no matter how much you dream." Xiao He suddenly reminded, "Let's enter the Azure Dragon Hall. I want to break through the 3rd floor and unlock more functions of the Azure Dragon Hall." Zhuowen suddenly said firmly. After facing the encirclement of Zhou Tianzong and the other saints, Zhuowen felt the importance of strength. If he was strong enough back then, how could Zhou Tianzong and the other saints of the Nether Realm dare to join hands to deal with him? They would not object to the matter between him and Mu Chenxue. The 3rd floor of the Azure Dragon Hall? That's not easy to break through. You have to think carefully. Xiao He narrowed her eyes and cautiously reminded him. "Of course I've thought it through." Zhuowen said seriously, "In that case, let's enter the Azure Dragon Hall first." Xiao He did not object. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the 8th level martial emperor realm, his battle strength was extremely terrifying. An ordinary half-saint was no match for him at all. Even a powerful half-saint like Yin Ruhua, who had mastered 2 laws, was defeated by Zhuowen. Zhuowen was indeed qualified to break through the 3rd floor. With that, Zhuowen took out the Azure Dragon token. With a thought, a beam of light descended and immediately enveloped Zhuowen, Long Xiaotian, Xiao He, and Cheng Huang. The moment the beam of light was about to disappear from the square, Zhuowen looked into the distance and muttered in a low voice, Blue Dragon Hall, Saint Martial Sect, 100 Blossoms Park, Undying Altar, League of Assassins, and Yixia. I will come to the 9 Serenities Conference. When the 9 Serenities Conference arrives, it will be the time for me, Zhuowen, to take my revenge. Just you wait. Whoosh! The beam of light flashed, and Zhuowen and the others disappeared from the square. When Zhuowen opened his eyes, he found that he was in a dense forest. Long Xiaotian was standing not far from him. As for Cheng Huang and Xiao He, they had entered his sea of consciousness the moment they entered the Azure Dragon Hall. Dozens of miles in front of the forest, there was the outline of a city. Zhuowen could even see the traces of bricks and tiles on the city's surface. This is the interior of the Azure Dragon Hall? This is a small world, and the yuan qi is much more abundant than outside. Long Xiaotian looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This is the second world of the Azure Dragon Hall's 3 worlds. Furthermore, it contains a powerful law of time. 1 day outside is 1 year inside. Furthermore, it does not affect the lifespan of the foreign martial artists. Zhuowen said with a faint smile. A day outside is a year inside, and it doesn't affect the life of the foreign cultivator. This is unbelievable, isn't it? Long Xiaotian was shocked and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Father, let's go. According to the time we've spent in the outside world, 1,000 years have passed in the second world. I wonder how the Ryuka has developed. As Zhuowen spoke, he led Long Xiaotian towards the city in front of him. Long Xiaotian also came back to his senses and said with some doubt, the Ryuka have stayed in this space for nearly 1,000 years. I'm afraid that a large number of geniuses have emerged. Maybe there are already some amazing geniuses who have broken through to become saints. Zhuowen shook his head and said, it's almost impossible to break through to become a saint in the second world. Father, carefully sense this world. Long Xiaotian was stunned. He immediately followed Zhuowen's instructions and silently sensed the world. Soon after, his eyes were filled with shock and he said, there are no laws of heaven and earth in this world. Yes, without the laws of heaven and earth, cultivators can't comprehend their own Saint Rune laws from the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, in the second world, even monstrous geniuses can only reach the 9th stage of the Emperor realm. Even invincible Emperor lords can't break through. Zhuowen said with a bitter smile. So that's how it is. It seems that in this world, Ryuka should be able to produce some 9th stage Emperor realm geniuses. If these geniuses can come into contact with the laws of heaven and earth, I'm afraid they can quickly become invincible Emperor lords. Long Xiaotian said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and immediately continued. Father, you've already become a profound sage. I wonder if you can tell me more about the specific realms of saints? When he was in the Emperor's tomb, Zhuowen had already learned that the so-called saints were divided into 3 major realms, namely the profound sage, the heaven sage, and the immortal sage. However, as his cultivation increased, Zhuowen found that these 3 realms were divided into smaller realms. He didn't know much about this, so he asked this question at this moment. You haven't reached the sage realm yet, so you naturally don't know much about this. I'll explain it to you in detail. Long Xiaotian didn't refuse, and explained the specific realms of saints to Zhuowen very carefully. You should know about the 3 major realms of profound sage, heaven sage, and immortal sage, right? In fact, there is another name for these 3 realms. They are the 5 profound sage realm, the 4 heavenly sage realm, and the 3 immortal sage realm. The so-called 5 profound sage realm, as the name suggests, is divided into 5 small realms in the profound sage realm, namely the profound void realm, the profound nirvana realm, the profound prying realm, the profound purifying realm, and the profound shattering realm. Similarly, the 4 heavenly sage realm is divided into 4 small realms, namely the Yin heaven realm, the Yang heaven realm, the empty heaven realm, and the heaven defying realm. The three immortal sage realm is divided into three small realms, namely the earth immortal realm, the heaven immortal realm, and the true immortal realm. These are the specific divisions of saints. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Back then, he had also learned about the specific realms of saints from the words of Sapphire Shore and Yinji, which was why he asked this question. At the same time, he could also guess that Yinji had just become a heaven sage and should be in the heaven sage realm. Although Sapphire Shore had become a heaven sage a long time ago, he didn't particularly suppress Yinji in battle, so he should also be in the heaven sage realm. The strength of the burning heaven sect master, Zhou Tianzong, was very terrifying. Just his law avatar alone had the strength of Sapphire Shore and Yinji, so his cultivation was probably above Yinji and Sapphire Shore, reaching the heaven sage realm. Even if there is a difference of a small realm between saints, there is a huge difference in their battle strength. If it weren't for the fact that I grasped two types of law, I wouldn't have been Raiwa's opponent. Long Xiaotian smiled bitterly. The two of them chatted as they walked. During this process, Zhuowen also learned many things about saints from Long Xiaotian. The biggest difference between the saint realm and the emperor realm was that saints already possessed saint force. Their saint force was much more vigorous and powerful than the star force of an emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, the saint force of a saint was condensed with the power of the law that they had comprehended. Its power was vast and mighty, completely incomparable to an emperor realm cultivator. Around half an hour later, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian arrived at the city gates. Only then did they discover that the rather grand city before them was called the Black Dragon City. What a coincidence! If I'm not wrong, the Black Dragon City should be the city where the Ryuka headquarters are. Perhaps grandfather and the others are in this city. Zhuowen smiled at Long Xiaotian, causing the latter to become rather excited. Of course, there was also a hint of guilt in his excitement. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.